Hello. It's time to flashlight. I said like light stuff 3 times now. Okay, well, so I said yesterday that I would finish it off stream, and I actually did for the first time ever. It's in. This is the actual ambient lighting that I wanted to have. And I think it looks really, really awesome. It looks super great. There might still be some issues, maybe, with some lighting. But if I change the time of day here, it gets blue. It's blue inside. Maybe it's not quite blue enough, though. I may have to... Because this would be really quite dark once I added textures, because these walls are pure white. Were pure white. Now they have this ambient coloring. So if I bring it down to sunset, you can see how purple it looks in here now. The sky, like the sky turns purple. The outside looks great. This shadow here on the chimney. And this is all done with a shader. This sphere is really helpful to see like what the actual color is, because I'm pretty sure this sphere is the exact radiance cube map. So it's actually kind of helpful to have to know what color things should be inside of here. And then, of course, the shadows, right? This was a big deal. That ambient lighting is gone when it's in direct light. And then you can see it's back now. One thought that I had briefly before I realized how dumb it would be is, could I have just made ambient occlusion? Could I have just loaded this in as an ambient occlusion texture? And that's a good idea, but that applies to direct and indirect light. So even if the sun were shining on this wall, if this was my ambient occlusion texture, even if sun were shining on this wall, it would be just as dark. It would be the exact same tone, it would just be this dark. The color of the light would change. The color would go from this blue color to the white color, but it would still be black. So I couldn't even use ambient occlusion. Now what's funny about that is ambient occlusion is more like light occlusion. So even things in direct light are shaded, which is the whole point of it. Really what you would do is you would have ambient occlusion be applied to only ambient light. So with that line of thinking, I could have just gone into the code, into the one shader, the couple shaders that do it, and just turn off direct lighting multiplied by, or diffuse light multiplication with ambient occlusion. I could have just done that. But you know what? I did it this way, and this is pretty cool. And I like that I now have, at the very least, it'll be really helpful. I have my ambient, not that. I have the radiance cube map. So I could use this in other shaders. This is why ambient occlusion may not have been very good. I can use this in other shaders, like if I have a shader on the zombie. I can color him so that he actually matches the color inside this room. I'd have to set that with volumes, I think, or just have some way to project this onto him, essentially. But that's where I'm going to now, is to get characters to match. Because if I do bring the zombie in here, it might not even look too bad. It might be okay. But he definitely wouldn't match. Alright, let's bring the zombie over here. Because he's going to stick out. He's going to be really obvious that he doesn't belong. Out here he looks fine, right? Everything is bright. But we bring him inside, and now he's like glowing, right? So this is the next step to essentially I want to get him to match him and these spheres, really, to match this wall back here. That'll be my goal. But also the flashlight now kind of works. I have some things I want to do for you can see it already, right? So this is a great thing. Plus, if I go into this very dark room, like I said, with ambient occlusion, it would just essentially make everything dark, even if light was shining on it. If I come in here and look at the corner, look at the wall, that light goes away. It's a smooth surface now. You don't see any of that noise texture, which is the ambient lighting taking over. As I back away, you'll start seeing it. But when it's bright, it's bright. Oh, this is kind of weird. I think it's probably some issue with my shader. This ceiling here should be totally black. I know the color of this texture. The texture is absolutely like totally black on the ceilings here in both of these rooms, but they're not anymore. So yeah, this guy, I mean, he looks okay, but you know, he obviously sticks out really badly. So I have to figure something out for this. My thought is, since I have just looked at how cube maps work, I could make a cube map for the interior, and then they would literally blend in perfectly. This could still be a flat texture. That's fine. That saves space. But inside of the room, I would have a very low resolution cube map, essentially. I would essentially just say, this room, you're this dark, now you're a little bit brighter, now you're really bright, now you're a bit darker, right? As you get to the window, you're a bit brighter. And honestly, I'm gonna leave that for like a distant future thing. I'm not gonna... I think I just said this is what I'm gonna work on next. No. No. Definitely not. I could probably use reflection probes. Reflection probes could work. Let me see if I can just quickly throw in a reflection probe on top of this guy and see if he takes on... Oh, well, he sure looks different. So I think I have to set this to interior. Box projection, does that help? I'm not even sure. Shadows. Well, I mean, I guess let me, you know, bring it in. Match it to the house. Maybe he looks a little bit better. I mean, I wonder if I could just match it right up to the walls. Um, I mean, maybe he fits a little bit better. I don't know. Would have to go slightly outside the walls. Slightly outside now. Hmm. I mean, I wonder if it can work. It definitely doesn't look right. But also, I guess I don't really know how dark it truly is in this room. It could be be a lot brighter than I think. I may also need to move it out. Change anything? Doesn't seem like it changes anything. They would also be on always. It did make this white sphere start matching the color inside though. So that's good. I mean, maybe this is like what the light in here would look like. It definitely sticks out still because it's really, you know. Like I said, it is really, really dark in here. Maybe that's better. A bit. I mean, I think in theory, just a reflection probe should work. Although it definitely doesn't match. It definitely doesn't match. He's way too dark. Can I... I mean... That sphere kind of looks better, but it's still not quite right. I mean, it's weird. This sphere is getting the right thing, but, like, he's not. Very strange. I don't know, maybe this guy is correct. Because this sphere kind of looks right. Although I would say even that sphere looks a bit brighter than it should be. This guy is so dark in here. I guess technically... Okay, I'm kind of getting into it. But I guess technically I would have an Omni light in here. That would just be something. Yeah, about that big, I guess. Or about there. Not that big, but about there. Range. 10, probably. Yeah. Attenuation 2, of course. Shadow mode, dual paraboloid. I think that one's cheaper, right? Faster, yeah. So 1,000 lumens. Let's go to 5,000. Okay. 15,000. All right. 25,000. This guy's not getting any brighter. 50,000. I mean, it's probably bad for me to be trying this because he is like a really dark thing. He fits outside, which is weird. He fits outside, but he like doesn't fit inside. Interesting. $100,000. Yeah, this is just ridiculous. They definitely must have messed something up with these lights. I just can't believe it. I have to make this like 10 times as bright as the sun to see it inside. I mean, this is just an excessive brightness at this point. He is quite dark, though. He is really dark. And yeah, you can see now more easily that all the ambient stuff has kind of gone away. With this light being in here. Yeah, there's an issue here, for sure. Does it need like a light map? Oh, maybe that's what this mesh is missing. It doesn't have a proper light map right now. That could be exactly it. Yep. Unwrap UV2. There we go. That should be a lot better. That might fix a lot of the weird issues I was having. Okay, well this one needs to be reloaded. Oh, and it just didn't even care. It just didn't even ask me if I wanted to keep my changes. Actually, not even that. I hit save and it just didn't, it just deleted it. It deleted my light. Okay. $10 meters, 2, dual, and then add 2 zeros in there. Or is this bleeding through? Still, I mean, is it? It kind of is. Is this face out the front fixed, though? That's another good question. This triangle up here had a totally different color. Whoops. Went a little dark very quick there. Ah, it is there. What is this? This is really strange. I'm not sure what's going on there. Why this surface has such a different color than this surface. I guess it's possible it could have been a rendering thing. That texture could just be different. But I mean, it's like, it's got a very different roughness to it, is what it looks like. I'm not sure what's up with that. My task needs to be changed. What am I doing right now? I guess I'm kind of trying to figure out character lighting. Whoa, 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 stop dragging these things around. Oh my god. Why? Oh. Why did we do all that? Okay, weird. I don't know why that everything just like exploded over there. Okay. Is this light bleed? Am I seeing light bleed? I don't even know how that would be possible. Yeah, that's weird. These walls are lighting up. Oh, it doesn't cast shadows. Duh. Why is that option up there? Duh. It needs to cast shadows and now it needs to be a what is it, a lower bias? A lower bias? Why is it doing that? Why is it clearly casting inside that room? Oh, I guess I did set it to dual paraboloid, didn't I? Also, this light's technically static, it's not moving. Yeah, dang. I have to run that with cube. I mean, I guess I can... I don't know. I'll leave it as static. Alright, whatever. Well, that's really interesting. So that does kind of suck. Can I know I have it on dual paraboloid. Can I make it look better than that? If I reduce its range, does that... I would definitely like dual paraboloid because it looks the funny thing is it looks better in a lot of cases. I was just like thinking I could put like a light kind of just up here in the middle or something. Like, why does this shadow get sharp and then when I look at it, it turns blurry? Really weird. What is transmittance bias? no description available. Yeah. Also, my follower goal hasn't updated. Like right before I streamed, someone followed, but it didn't show up in alerts. So I hit 50, but then it didn't reset. It's supposed to like make a new goal and probably like 60 or something. I don't know, weird. Light. So, I mean, honestly, the reflection probe kind of worked. I think the reflection probe actually worked, which is great. Because my guess is that it creates a radiance. It creates its own radiance map, its own cube map, which is why, you know, you get this for, you can get the reflection here to work. And then it applies that as like the light color of the area. So what does he look like when I bring him outside? What happens when he passes this threshold here? Oh, he doesn't look too bad. If he's in light, it doesn't look too bad. Oh, that looks great. That's not bad at all. I mean, like I said, he obviously looks really, really dark here. But I think that's just because the walls are pure white. And even the walls might be a little bit... Or, which way is it? He might be a little dark. He might be a little bit dark. Or the walls are just really, really bright. It's probably what that is. I probably need to turn down the effectiveness of the darkness. I don't actually have a way to do that. So I should probably parameterize that. So let me just get a float in here. Floats don't have any hits. So I'm just going to multiply this by... Here we go. I think it's default 0. What I should like 1. There we go. And I could crank it up too to make it brighter in here. Bam. But now he's definitely way too dark. All right. So the funny thing is it does look really, really dark in here. I think it's just because there's no radiance map here. Perhaps something like that. Oh, I set the default to 2. Yeah, I want that to be 1. So let me honestly do like 0.8 or something. Because this one is really bright compared to him. Maybe a bit darker. He's starting to blend in for sure. All right, let's take a look at this. The stutter when you load is kind of insane. I don't know if that's because of my shader or what. Whoa, what is going on? The frame rate is really, really bad right now. What? That is so laggy. Is it really the reflection probe is that bad? I guess I can make it recompute at a slower rate. That was just my first thought. It was probably the reflection probe. Oh wow, yeah, that reflection probe is super duper taxing. So I mean, I definitely have to recompute it over time, but I can probably do it like, you know, every in-game hour or so, you know, really, really low. But yeah, dude, he is in there. That zombie is definitely in there. Although he definitely still feels dark. He definitely still feels really, really dark. Alright. Why is that? Why do I get a better frame rate when I set this to always in the editor, and then I run the game and it gets worse? That's really weird. Maybe it just doesn't even apply in the editor. Maybe always slow just does like 2 updates or something, and then it still stops. I guess the skylight isn't moving as well. That probably helps a lot. So yeah, definitely I want the reflection probes to update somewhat frequently. But this is nice. I think I can really use this. It'll be more clear once I get textures on this interior. It'll be way more clear. You know, if he's too dark or if he's too bright, or maybe just the interior is really, really dark. Cool. Okay. I could also probably color ramp it, or do it to like a power. Yeah, what if I square it? That's an idea that I have. They also say they usually have a multiplication by pi. Should I do that? But they do a multiplication by pi because this includes a division by pi. Was their idea. Hey, Danilin. It's in. I've got my dark interior. It's dark now. Except for where you shine light. So my flashlight can walk up the sky and light them up a little bit. The flashlight's still quite dim, but that's just because I don't have the ambient sky energy decreasing yet, which once I get that in there, it'll get a lot darker, a lot faster, and you'll be able to really see the light inside. So this is with the basically I just rendered, like in Blender, I rendered the whole house white. And just did ambient lighting, I guess, really. And then I have that as a texture that I use to multiply by the ambient color outside. So if I show it better, when I make it darker, it'll be more obvious. And I'll turn this light off too. You can see it's like a blue color, right? I need Duracell. It's like a blue color. I also did this late last night. I finished it late, but it was really close to being done, so there wasn't much I had to do. So yeah, it's like pretty blue in here. I have the power decrease, so let me actually bring that back up so we can see it even better. Yep. So as time goes by, it'll start getting like orange, you can see. You can see it best here because this is where it's brightest, but the whole house is lit using this shader. You even have the chimney here that's got a shadow on it. This is a pretty good angle. As it gets really dark, it gets like purple and blue. You know, it matches the colors outside, right? And then my zombie is nice and dark now too. I figured out I found a way to get him to kind of match the interior color. He looks really dark right now. Just because that's probably supposed to be like a low value. This was with the reflection probe. So I knew that this would happen by default. He's not going to match the interior at all. He's going to have like full bright ambient light. But a reflection probe kind of fixes that. I say kind of. He looks a lot darker than he should be, honestly. But I think it looks even bugged in the editor. He's not supposed. I don't think he's supposed to be that dark. Any Duracell? I've been trying to figure out what that means. I don't know what that means. What? Isn't that's a battery? I know it's a battery, but I don't know what that means. Yeah, I think this is super cool. And then I had a kind of a realization. I think I technically could have used ambient occlusion. Good batteries. Oh, right. That's what you mean. The thing is, this light is supposed to be really, really bright. That's the thing. This I haven't modified yet. This I need to like scale like as time goes by, so it actually gets like properly dark. Yeah, this is really dark. Maybe it could be powered up a bit more. I guess the two things that I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have this value decrease as the sun goes down. So it's gonna match basically, it's basically gonna sample the color of the sky, I think, and then match that. And then this sensitivity needs to go up probably like to 600 as the day goes by. As the ambient light goes down as well. Or even just put it, like, do a little bit more customized auto exposure, because this ISO should increase over time. I think the way that they do it is they flip between these values, but like the human eye adjusts with ISO sensitivity. It becomes literally more sensitive. So I think that's what I need to do. Because if I turn this value down and leave it at 100, it starts to look really, really bad. Really very fast. Like the fog comes in or something. It's really strange. It might be a bug with the fog too. Because if I let this go negative, like the default is -8, which is insane to me. Yeah, see, the fog is rolled in now. And I mean, that might even just be a bug with the fog, but it's definitely bad on the sky. The sky is really, really bad. Because, I mean, I guess if I adjust this value more appropriately, maybe it looks better eventually, if I can get that moon to be exposed correctly. No, I mean, it's literally just gonna stay solid white. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's not good. It's really not very good. But I can just mess with this, and I probably would scale it from like 100 to 600. Depending on your environment. Oh, does reflection probe need... It does not. Okay. Right. Okay. So what have I got? I guess I can make the flashlight turn on and off now. I can hook that up to the action. And probably get a texture for it. That's probably what I should do. Okay. Let me get a texture. What's the website? I need to have this like bookmarked. I don't know why I don't. I probably don't. What do I gotta do? Like, just open a new tab? I have some great bookmarks, man. I have Minecraft Potions, the Skybox shader that I was using, and then Eclipse, and then easing functions. Everything I need. What am I looking for? I'm looking for the specific website. I don't even know. Open Game Art. There it is. Effects. Oh wow, look at that. This lens flare? Oh, maybe I just search flashlight. There's one. And this is really bad. This is really, really bad. The texture is great, but this is like, it's a great texture for a really bad flashlight. So I can't use that. I could make one myself, but I don't even know how I would do that. Oh, I just searched light project. What is this? Does he share his light function? There's open game art again. I wonder if I could use this one and just... No. I don't know. How would I... Ugh. How do you make these? Blender. What do flashlights even look like? I don't even know. I mean, they're usually pretty... I guess they have this, like, intense inside, cone, and then they have a lower intensity cone on the outside, right? And then you just have warping if it's like a bad lens. Cycles render engine. I wonder what game that's from. Do I just make one? I mean, because this looks like what I want. Is it possible that I can just make 2 spotlights and stack them on top of each other and make a texture from that? All right, I'm going to get creative here. Close that. All right, I'm getting creative. I guess I could have left the cube, the camera, and the light, actually, now that I think about it. Okay, so I want a plane, and it's going to be, I guess, just 1 meter. That's perfect. And then I need, I'm pretty sure it's already a meter, a camera. Good. Perfect. We're going to make it orthogonal, orthographic. What is this? Is this, I think probably 1. And then this can be really short. Move it up a meter. How do I see it? Is it period? No. One of these keys. View camera set. Active camera. Okay. Oh. Right. Viewport? What do I set? What? I have no clue what numbers I'm changing right now. Because I thought, do I just want like 2? How do I do this? Where do I do this? I need it to be, there we go. Perfect. Great. I guess technically I would render this at a higher resolution and then sample it down, scale it down. Okay, the plane needs to be black. Or I guess it can actually be white. Never mind. I just clicked the color, man. Come on. Alright. It needs to be white. There we go. Roughness. Okay. And then I need a spot. So How do I set this up so that it's perfect? No need to cast shadow. Okay, so it's 1 meter. Oh, this thing is 2 meters. Okay, so the camera needs to go 1 and then up 2. And then he needs a bit more clip. Okay. Spotlight. Okay, so it's up 2 meters. It has a 45-degree angle, which is interesting. That is not all the way to the edge. Why is it? This is 2 meters. Why does that not reach the edge? Is 45 degrees the total angle? Oh, should this be 60? No. What is this number? What number is this? I guess it doesn't matter if I don't make it perfect, but it should be pretty perfect. Okay. Why is that light so dark? Oh, I'm using cycles. There we go. Yeah, we'll love to know what this math is. That it's not... I can't like figure out how to get it exactly on the edge like that. So there's spotlight 1. Can I just duplicate this? Control D. Shift D. There we go. Smaller angle. Less blending. Right, I need to make the environment totally dark. There we go. What is exposure doing? I don't know what I'm trying to go for. I guess I'm just trying to like figure it out. Why is this not right now? It's up 2 meters. Oh, the height doesn't matter. Right, okay. You know what, let me make it 1. Make the plane 1. I guess I'll just make the scale half. Alright, how was that? I guess I could probably put another one in there. All right. Yeah, I think we're good with this. Almost good with this. Is that white? I can't tell. I feel like I'm not getting it as bright as it needs to be. Maybe I turn off normalize here on all of these. I don't know. Alright, you know what? I think that actually looks pretty good. So, I guess I will just save this. Textures. Light. Right? And now I would do, I guess I get this plane to have a, or wait, what do I do? UV, it should already have UVs actually, right? Apparently not. Okay. Oh, it does. Okay, good. No alpha. 32-bit. Cool. So then I do GPU, of course. No noise, just do, yeah, a bunch of samples. Or well, sorry, this one. None of that. Yeah, just do literally a ton of samples. No denoiser. Actually, I guess I probably could use it. That's probably fine. No, I won't use it. It should just be diffuse, direct, image, texture. You're white. Good. Okay. What is above surface? From above the surface? No, just do it from the camera's view. Is that it? How fast? How fast can you do 4,996 samples? Not very fast. Okay. But that should be a good light function there. It's going to be a well-made flashlight, no warping on the lens. I guess it's not even a lens, it's just glass. Am I dropping frames? No. So while that's going, I guess I can go and get it. I go ahead and get the control working. Which, dare I say, will be simple. It will be simple. Thanks. That's funny. Oh yeah, just flashlight, right? Just the name, flashlight? This should really be called like toggle flashlight. We just flashlight button. I'll call it flashlight action. Right, so this should be as simple as asking the input. So this does have to be a one frame input though. So I have to make sure that's a one frame input. Yeah, so this has to be, what is it? Press, I think, is just. Okay, if is actuated and if not is actuated. Okay, so we only get it one frame. Very good. Ooh. How fast should the flashlight flip on and off? Should I make it animate? Should I make it animate? Probably not. It should probably just flip on, and that's it. Yeah, it's just gonna turn on. Well, this is how a real toggle works. Inverted. Huh. I will make it slightly brighter. So flashlight is Q. And it will be turned off initially. So I hit Q, I walk up to a wall, I press it again, and it turns on and off. Of course. Because world is mean and doesn't want to, for some reason, update stuff. Don't get it. Dude, those first couple frames where like nothing is visible is crazy. Why is the frame rate so low right now? Don't tell me this thing is back to like updating constantly. It's not. What's up with that? What's going on there? Oh, well, I don't know why I forgot. I'm currently rendering 4,000 samples of 3 lights on a flat surface, so, you know, maybe I should cut us some slack. Awesome. The light turns on and off when I press the buttons. Also, I feel like I'm noticing that this is like kind of way too small, isn't it? Right? 30 degrees is a bit small. I mean, I kind of want it to be small. I don't want it to be too much. Yeah, I mean, now that's too much. 40 is too much. Should not actually be lighting up a little closet like that. So let's go just 35. Rip frames. Why am I like stopping it? I can change it here. Alright, maybe 30 was fine. No, it's just a bit too small there, I think. Maybe a little bit too small still. 37 degrees. Pretty good, I think. 36 degrees. How's this? Is it done? Nice. Although that does feel a bit blown out, perhaps. Does it? That one is quite bright. Hmm. Very not noisy at all, though. That's good. So that didn't quite turn out how I wanted it. So I'm going to try that again with a slightly darker image, or slightly dimmer light. Weren't there options for like how many bounces you do? I guess it's not for bake. It's probably something that I can turn on. Okay, let's try that again. Alright, flashlight toggles. Was actually a couple lines. Amazing. So it's not really done yet, because I'll still have to get that texture in there, but that'll be pretty simple once it's in there. Okay. Optimize sky shader. Should skip sun and moon disks for radiance maps. Let me go ahead and just send this before I get too crazy. I need to add ignores for those, so... Oops. Okay, so I want to ignore, yes, essentially everything that's not yeah. Cool. Do I have... Is that already done? No. It is going pretty quick, though. Spotlight 3D. There is an extra line there. I'll leave this extra line. I put it in there a long time ago, and I have not decided to get rid of it yet. Yep. What is that? What? That's the light map? I mean, that kind of sucks. Oh, and the concave polygon shape. Wow. Is that... I mean, that's kind of I kind of don't like that. But I'm fine to commit it because it's not a crazy amount of stuff. And plus I already have that added, which I never saw. And yeah, let me change. I guess I don't actually have to change the time back. Oh, I do want those guys to move there. Yeah, all right, let me change the time back. 8:04:77. Why is the moon moved? The moon should not have moved. Go to 3D. Now I hit save. Okay, I don't know why the moon is moving. That's really silly. Let me reload because I'm sure it's gonna... I'm sure it's just gonna change right back as soon as I run this again. Okay, well... Now I'm just waiting for light function to finish, and I can throw that in there. And hopefully not be super blown out with chromatic aberration. Is it gonna... Okay, there we go. As soon as I move the mouse, it's like, yep, we finished. Oh, wow, why does that look no different than before? Why does that actually look no different than before? Are we sure? Are we sure we did this right? Why does it look like that? Am I missing something? It looks fine here. Wait. Textured. Right. What's going on with this? That's not the same image. Is it just like... It's probably just because of the format that I have it set to. Is probably what it is. I'll say that's my guess. I'll say that's my guess. Okay. It looks fine there. The image editor here does not look correct, but I'm guessing that's just because this is like 16-bit depth, black to white, and essentially it only works in renders. It doesn't work when you just display it. HDR compression? This is not an HDR image. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. No MIPS. No alpha. Cool. Yeah, it looks crazy there. I guess I'll see how it looks when I get on the player light. Ooh, that looks great. Okay, that looks exactly how I wanted it. I say exactly, it just looks really good. Although maybe it's kind of maybe it is kind of like a mistake. I don't know. Does this do anything if I have this on? Oh, it does. Yeah, make that 0. Make that as low as you can get. There we go. Should I bring this down? Let me bring up... Let me get... this more accurate to the current light conditions. It's honestly probably 8,000 at this point. And then I need to bring up ISO to probably at least 300, 200. Maybe more like 400. Yeah. It does look very flat in here, and I feel like that wall is just wrong somehow. Maybe 400 a bit too high. You know, I am noticing I'm not really seeing all the shape that I put into this. So I probably did somehow mess up with it. Because it should be like totally bright on the outsides here. Oh, now I broke it. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I broke it. Wait, yeah, what's going on with the light in here right now? Oh, is the moonlight on? That's probably the moonlight, I think. What is up with that? That is weird. Yeah, the moonlight's gotta like cast shadow if it's gonna be... Well, it's more that it can't be turned on until... It's more that it can't be turned on until it's the only light in the sky, and then you can turn it on. Then you have to like fade in the shadows, or fade out the shadows when you turn off the sun. I'll figure it out when I get there. Can I make this like a perfect value? Ooh, very close. Okay, so I may have made it I may have made a mistake with it. It's probable. It's getting more likely. So I still don't understand why the image looks good here and then it doesn't look good here. That one's not really making much sense to me. So I guess I'm just going to try this again. And I can probably actually just go in and reduce the number of samples because it is pretty good at this value. What's like 248 plus that? What's that number? You know, that's actually the number I thought, but I don't want to believe myself. So diffuse, should I do combined and then only diffuse? Or direct diffuse? No, I think I just do that. Okay, go again. I think I'll just wait for this. I mean, I have to wait for it because I can't commit until I have this file in. Well, I can at least put it in here. Also, I added a get ignore, but it didn't like, I never like added it. Oh, the get ignore ignores itself. That's really funny. I guess that's whatever. That's whatever. Did I already add? I mean, I just added the get ignore was all I haven't committed anything yet today. Why not even name it, right? Yeah. Camera attributes physical changed? What? Oh, I did change those. Whoops. So, I gotta set those back. Well, I do that after this is done. And I see that the texture looks good. Huh. Kind of slow. Hopefully it doesn't look grainy at all. Because if it does, then I kind of just wasted time by putting down the sample count. No, it's actually a really small image, and there's very few places to get a sample from. So, if you think about it, actually, if you think about it, I really don't need any samples. I don't know why. I actually needed very few samples because there's only one source of light and there's no bounce lighting. Oh well. I didn't think about that before I did it. I like literally I could have gotten away with like 2 samples. Like you actually don't need anything. Or I guess I need as many samples as there are lights, so I need at least 3 samples. Okay. How does that look? It looks the same there again. Now is the image. Why does it do this? Why does it blow it out like this? And why is it red? Why is it red? I mean, this is technically like non-color. Should I do it as color? Maybe I should. How do I set the properties of this? This guy? No. You? Image? Do I really have to go here to modify that? Alright, fine, it's sRGB. Yep, and now it looks kind of dumb. How do I do this? Do one of these look better? Whoa. That's really bad. Aces. Oh, hey, aces is the same as non-color. Interesting. Maybe if I save it like this. Does that even work? Does it even work like that? Oh, I guess so. Okay. I would like to save it like that. Oh, it just saved it. Okay. Just like that. Need to re-import. I thought that was gonna... Weird. I thought that was gonna change how this... Oh. I really feel like this should be getting me... Wow. Because this is what it looks like when I import it. Because I would love to save it like this. How this looks. Can I... Oh, RGB and then, yeah, like that. Did this help? No. If I do this, oh, that changed it. What if I do that? Okay. I got somewhere. That's probably what I was missing. It was just importing it a little bit wild. And it was clipping really hard. That's my guess. Alright, now my shape is in there. Now the shape is in there. Excellent. That looks really cool. And it does have this like ring appearance around the edge. It's like bright ring. Cool. All right. Yeah, I mean, like, look how dark that corner is until you shine the light on it. I think it's really cool. You could not get that if I did this as ambient occlusion. I had to do it with my own thing. Totally dark until you shine a light on it. And what's weird is it still looks fine. Strangely. I think it's just because there's still technically some ambient light in there. So that's why it has that color. Or it still has the corners look like that. Or maybe just the directional lights are just that good and that actually is all the spotlight. Hey bro. Those shadows look really good. On the wall too. But weirdly they like, if I look at the light, the shadows get crisp, and then if I look over at him, the shadows get blurry. Okay. Good. Alright. That's perfect. That's it. So I need to bring these back. So camera attributes goes back to 100. This goes back to 330,000. And then directional light, moonlight, visible false. Yeah, I'm gonna have that as false for now until I figure it out. I'm really not sure what's up with that. This moon thing really wants to change. Even though I haven't changed the angle of anything. Oh. So I'm just gonna leave it. I guess I'll look at this one more time. Cabin get ignore. The light map. Wait, sub resource. No. Maybe? Wait, maybe? Should I save this? That's probably bad that this changed. So yeah, I think I'm like 0.6 for that, probably. Oh no, we did not do that. Don't do that. Is it just changing it? Yeah, it's just changing it. Alright, I guess I'll just add the moon, why not? It really wants it to be that, so I'll do it. I'm glad I don't have any files named like restore dot, because the number of times I forget that second, or just the command when I'm trying to do something with a file. Okay, so does this include... Oh, it does not. So I've apparently misspelled the name of the file. For some reason I thought it was not the full word. All right. Is that all I did? And then I added... And then added... Is that it? The cabin mesh resource changed? Why did that change? I don't know. I don't know why. That is weird. But you know what? I'm not going to care. I'll let it do its thing. Okay. Now, I will do... Yes, optimize sky shader. Sun should skip sun and moon disk for radiance maps. So this is just kind of a really small thing that I could do. Technically a mistake that I made that I never pulled out. but it's fine. Essentially, I just have to skip calls to the get moon and get sun color for cube map pass. So I guess what I'm really going to do is I'm going to take that out. I feel like I should probably also take out the preprocessor stuff. Yeah, I'll take that out. I think this is all fine. Do I really want to keep the gamma and aces? I think the reason I don't want to do that is because it makes the sky look inconsistent with... Whoa. Apparently I have a bug. Yeah, well, I got rid of that. Let me turn off terrain here. Actually, I'll leave it on so it's more apparent what's happening. So the terrain has a certain, or the whole everything has a certain tone map applied to it. So the theory is that I don't want to double apply tone maps. I don't want to do a tone map on top of a tone map. So I'll just bring this up here. It's most noticeable at sunset. So I'm just turn on aces, and then this one as well. Yeah, so it's changed a little bit. Maybe I should just turn off the terrain. All right, let me do this. Let me bring my zombie out here. Maybe I won't do that. Maybe I'll just sit here. I don't know. It's kind of like stacking it, and it's a. I guess you really shouldn't do this, right? Let me turn off water too. The original shader uses aces. I can find this. So at sunset, we get these colors. It's super purple and blue. Right? Super purple is super blue. I guess just more purple. It's honestly most noticeable when you look away, but I guess I'll try to find an angle that I can kind of see. I'll do this. I'll bump up the field of view. Okay. Let me hide that all that over there in the playground, and then I guess I'll hide all these. I wish Node itself had a visibility thing, because that's included on Node 2D and Node 3D, but for some reason not here. Actually, I don't need to hide these. I can just hide gizmos, and those are definitely out of range to like get any pixels. Okay. I turn this off, it'll get brighter, I think. Or no, it got way darker. Right. So this is, if I were to use aces, I would definitely have to turn this off. I would definitely have to turn off gamma correct, so I think this probably shouldn't be there at all. Right? But then if I turn this off, now we get back to just normal. Color mapping is only done by the rendering. Which I don't know if I have to apply it here or not. Yeah, this is, I think that's just Reinhardt tone mapping there. Because I think it doesn't apply to the sky, so I have to apply it myself. Oh, I guess I could turn on. It does get a lot darker though. Which I don't know, maybe is cooler. I may have to revisit this. Maybe I won't remove it. I definitely need to remove gamma correct. That's really no good. That makes it just way too bright. Whoa, yeah, that just makes it way too bright. So let me just go and take that one out. I can take that one out, that one's safe. So I don't really know. Asus does look a lot darker. It does look pretty cool. But also perhaps doesn't match the true brightness of this. I guess if I were to use Asus, I have to do correction on... I would have to do gamma correction. I don't know. This one feels right though, because this is color corrected to the same function that I have down here. Let me double check that. White. For photorealistic lighting, recommend values between 6 and 8. Wait, should I actually do this? 6 and 8? Oh, wow. Maybe I should use 6 and 8. Oh, dang. Bring the terrain back. Whoa. That's a very subtle change, but it means it does a lot, actually. Why does it look like it's kind of only affecting the sky, though? I guess that's the brightest, so it gets affected the most there. I don't have it. Yeah, I don't have this turned on. Alright. I'm going to make the executive decision here. Actually, let me turn this on and see how that looks. Really dark. I don't know, maybe I should use Aces on the sky? It is super blue. Thing is, I just don't know if I want it that blue. It's really pretty. Aces is very, like, super real. Oh, I do get this color inside of here, though. Dang, maybe I should use this. Maybe I should use Aces for the sky. I don't know what to do, actually. That actually... I really like this, but I've left it on not Aces for so long. Man, I don't know. I think one thing I really need to get into is setting a tone map or a lookup, whatever it is, wherever I set it. Somewhere I would set it. Probably camera. Or no, I guess it'd be a compositor effect. Yeah, I mean, this is just super blue. But I do really like this because of how, just how it looks, I guess. I don't know. It makes it darker inside. That's kind of a perk. What am I doing? I'm just kind of messing around with this right now. I'm really messing around with this. All right, let's bring it here. This time of day. This was something I thought I already kind of set. I already kind of decided. I felt like I already decided this was how the sky's gonna look, and this is how everything else is gonna look. Gosh, it is so dark in there. I really like how dark that is, though. I do really like that. There's a certain... I should probably only be able to see if I set everything to aces, though. The back. There's like a certain time of day where parts that are still in sunlight are really orange. So like, you'd basically look at a surface that's facing away from the sun, and it would be super blue, because that's just the color of the sky out there. It only gets blue light. And then over there, it's like super orange. So like on the corner of a house, you'd have a really blue color here and a really bright orange color here. And I thought that, this one image I saw, I thought that looked really, really cool. I guess you kind of get that with Reinhardt. Yes, you do. A little bit. But this is an Aces sky, though. It is so dang dark. I cannot see a thing in there. Is my screen brightness up? It's like darker than Minecraft. I mean, but that looks really cool. I was not getting that with Reinhardt. I know I wasn't. Wait, it actually got like really dark. Dude, maybe I have to use aces. Maybe I just have to for this color. Or was it just setting the tone map? If I do this, does it update and bring it back? No, I don't think it updated. Alright. I gotta figure this out. Yeah, so we're definitely on Rhine now. Whoa. What was that? I feel like I'm seeing pixelation there on the edges. Maybe I'm just imagining it. They're so dark. Wait, am I on? Yeah. I mean, now this is actually blue. This is super blue. I feel like it got a lot darker. A lot darker, though. Yeah, it's staying pretty bright. It is definitely staying bright. Yeah, so if I stick with Reinhardt, I have to really crank down the sky brightness. But it seems like I may not have to do that with Aces if I use that for the sky. It will properly darken. Yeah, the sky is just staying bright. Oh, maybe that's like, maybe I could use that too. So you can at least like maybe see silhouettes of stuff against the sky. Oh, it's getting dark now. I think it just takes a long time for the sky to really get dark. With Reinhardt. With the Aces, it's like right away. But the whole sky stays kind of bright. Yeah, it's definitely getting really dark now, and I'm about to not be able to see anything anymore. I'm already at that point. I can't see. Okay. I mean, I think I have to do that with both, no matter what. I guess the real question is which... What do I like more? This gets dark really fast. That's for sure. This gets dark really fast. And it seems like I don't have to modify ambient lighting at all. Or the ambient light intensity. Which I guess I probably technically still should. I think I want to stick with Reinhardt and drop the ambient intensity as the sun goes down. Because that, I guess, seems like I get more accurate results. And with Aces, it's just like a general patch over it, right? It kind of says, hey, let's make it dark. Let's make the dark colors dark. Things like that. Yeah, I'll do this. Alright. I've decided. Sticking with Reinhardt. No optimization has been done yet. So, essentially I just have to look at if I'm on the cube map pass, then or I guess really I would do all of this. Screen may be correct, but I can't solve the artifacting problem. Yeah, do I just need to move all this up? Yeah, I'm just pretty much going to move all that up. Cube map, we do that. So that should really help with frame rates. Because it's a lot of work I'm taking out. These are like, you know, these are kind of intense. So they don't need that for the cube map. Okay. So I guess let me go here and turn on. I'll just go like 0.5 and flip this on and off. Yeah, editor real time. Here we go. So let me just do like a define right here. Okay. So optimize is 0. 260 if I turn this on. I mean, it really shouldn't do much, I guess, because I do say real time, so Godot's already pretty good, I suppose. At is it moving? Is this moving? Yeah, it's moving. It is just super slow. So yeah, 260. Like I said, the radiance map is kind of updated like super infrequently already, so it's a little bit. It's a very small amount, but it's a little bit. So I'll just leave it there. I do skip a lot of work, technically. Like 3 texture lookups and then a bunch of math for this one. Okay. That's all I needed to do for that. I guess I can close Blender now. Detect that as used in 3D bitmaps. No, you will not. No, you will not. Okay, it just lied to me about it, actually. That's funny. Yeah, there we go. Off. 0. Re-import. Do not make bitmaps for that. We do not need it. Absolutely not. I think I don't need it. I'm pretty sure I don't need it. So, I don't want it. 804 set. Let me make sure that those go back. Is it messing with the moon position? Seems like it kind of is. But what did I have changed here? I had... Something was changed here? Oh, visibility of stuff. And yeah, I actually know that I'm not going to use aces on this, so I'm going to take it out. I know for a fact I will not be using aces. Let me just inline that. Right. Cool, those line changes make sense. Awesome. Detect 3D compress 2. What is that? Yeah, I already have it set. I already have that set. Good. Okay. Check it again. Optimize sky shader a little bit. Tone map, white color. That probably actually helped a lot with some color things I was, or some light brightness issues I was having a little bit. And, well, that should be listed second. And then and that's it. That's all that really changed. Awesome. Okay, so next thing is to turn off moon. So there's a bunch of stuff here. I guess I can just kind of make it... do it simply for now and step by step. Let me read this though. So turn off moon when below horizon. Moon and sun shadow casting when above the horizon. Turn off moon shadow if sun is up. So essentially the moon should be totally disabled when it's below the horizon. When it's above the horizon, it should only turn on if the moon isn't up. It should only turn on if the sun isn't up. And then when the sun is coming up, it should I'll have to figure out when, but it should start fading out its shadows and then turn off its shadows, or just turn itself off. But it needs to fade out its shadows before it turns off. Moon illumination to scale, depending on the phase. Yeah, there's some interesting stuff there. Light color to match transmittance in the sky. Okay, right. I say LUT texture. This is just like the sky lookup table texture, which is more for transmittance and not necessarily color. It comes out as color, but but I definitely do notice that like really early in the morning, the sun is like almost red sometimes. Which unfortunately my setup doesn't get me a red sun. It gets me a very orange sun, but not a red sun. That's just pollution. You get the red sun from pollution. Because in a clear sky, it would be maybe a light yellow and orange at its most intense color. You never get red. And I say pollution, it's more like solid dust particles, not water. Let me look at this. I would like to look at this. It should be, yeah, transmittance. That's what computes this. But of course I actually wanted to look at common. So, essentially on absorption, what would it be? So these are like from red to blue. There are 4 values because it gets you more accurate light results. So from red to blue, it does scatter red light the most. So I guess in theory, I could turn this value up a little bit if I want a red sun. Yeah, I think I want to do that. I think I want to turn this value up a little bit. But by how much? How far can I go? Let me change it to 2. I'll just go straight to 2 and see how that looks. Yes, of course, I know you had a problem. Let me just turn off terrain too. And water, so it doesn't look like that. And then I have to re-import the shader. So I think I would just re-import transmittance. I guess I could just re-import both of these. And then, sure, save and then reload. That's a lot of errors. What? Okay. So it didn't get much redder, which I'm actually kind of surprised by. Because where I live, this sun is like actually super red when it comes up. It's really, really red. I mean, let me see if I can just kind of get it there. I don't know. Scatter even more light. Red light. I think it's actually not applying, perhaps. Or do I have to hit reload scene? Yeah, how can I make this red? Let me bump this value up a little bit. Maybe I should look at... How can I feel like it should be changing at this point. And it's not. Yes, the reload shader just doesn't do anything. I am seeing stuff change, I feel. It does seem like stuff is changing. Slowly. So let me say... I'm bring this back down to 2 and then bring this to like 3. We're absorbing very little red light. Actually, I'll even do 2. You know what? I'll go really crazy and do 1. Okay. So I really expect the sky to like dramatically change color right now. I really do expect it to dramatically change color. Okay. Yeah. That's a pretty dramatic change. Now is that okay? It's not okay. It's red. The sun is definitely just red. Yeah, I mean that's like what the sun looks like to me. Like how that looks right now. That's how it looks before it's up. Okay. So let me undo my changes here. Um, height scale. Height scale. Height scale. Is this like it gets less dense as it goes up? What if I bring this down a lot? What if I bring this down to like 200? What happens to the color? So I'll make sure I re-import this. I guess I also have to do re-import atmosphere too, probably. We'll save it. Reload. Okay. So I kind of messed up by not really looking at what it looked like before I made that change. But now I'll see what it did. I think it's like the top of the atmosphere. I think it basically affects how blue the top of the atmosphere is. Or it has an impact on it. Very small impact. But an impact nonetheless. Molecular scattering coefficients. That's a lot of red. All right, let me try modifying this. Bring this to like 0.5. Because what I expect to see is that I get more concentration at the bottom is what I think happens here. Not the other way around. It'll do it one way or the other, but my guess is that it comes down. So this banding here will basically shrink. It should compress to the horizon. I guess it kind of did. I feel like the dark down here, it got a lot darker. We get like 0.1 and see what that really does. Something crazy might happen. I feel like it is changing. But it is very... It's like... It's kind of weird, actually. What if I bring the sun up? Yeah, so the halo around it is like gone. So it has a big impact on the halo, for sure. What if I go all the way back in the other direction? Let me bring it back to 0.73, just so I can get a proper look at how it really changes. I don't think I have to re-import the other one. I think I just have to do transmins. Okay. The halo is back. Maybe a little bit, maybe not. should I also be importing this one too? Okay, yeah, atmosphere is actually like what uses that one. Okay. So I do have to re-import both. Or maybe it's just atmosphere that I have to import. Yeah, the halo's back around the sun. Okay, let me bring it up to like 0.99. See what that looks like. Even 0.999. Kind of did nothing, actually. I guess it's more just like how high up does that affect? Do you get that halo around it? Okay. Set the camera back to how it was. Okay, so I don't mess with that. That's a pretty good value, I think. I think I could adjust that because this is in kilometers eye altitude, so I had it technically at like 100 meters. So I guess maybe I could actually bring it up more. What if we're like 2 kilometers up? It'll really bring this horizon line down quite a bit, is all it should do. That affects transmittance for sure, because it has to transmittance connects the sun position to the horizon. Oh wow. That's like a lot different. That is a lot different. I mean, I definitely like... Eye altitude is more like how high up in the sky are you, not really like where's your horizon. Or I guess it is where your horizon is. So really it should be quite low. So we'll say our guy is actually more like 2 meters up from the horizon at any given time. And this I could probably, well, that should stay constant. I can modify it, but that is a full update of everything. And I would have to update it continuously as like you go up a mountain or something for it to look correct. So I'll say 10 meters. Can I just reload without importing? I have to import, re-import. Yeah, it really draws this line, or places this line. And I guess I can't go too low, or else it looks really bad. I guess I could modify ground albedo, because it is really low. I'll double it and see what happens. I think I moved the camera, so reposition. There we go. And now I will see. I increased the ground albedo. So it didn't really do anything. I guess I didn't increase it very far. So let's get wild with it. 0.8. 8 times the value it was before. Yeah, it's kind of like doing nothing. Maybe the sun is just too low. I don't know. I'll bring it back to 0.1 and then move the eye back up to 0.1. Let it go a little bit higher. Cool. Okay. So, I mean, you never see the sun at the horizon quite like this. So I really shouldn't be caring about that. I mean, I might want it there at some point, but for now, it's definitely fine like this. Right, what happens if I make ground 1? I am curious. Where am I going? Okay. Wandering. Get things repositioned so we get a proper view of it. Changing. And now I reload. Honestly, I don't know what that's doing. I really don't. It's gotta affect something somewhere, right? Like, is it how hazy the sky looks or something? Like, if I bring the sun up here. Yeah, let's just go to 0.5. Save us right there. I will hit reload to be sure. Good. And now I'm going to change this back to like 0.1. And see if I can notice a change. And reload. I did notice a change. It did get a little bit darker. Okay. It does affect the brightness of the sky slightly. Very, very slightly. It is super small though. So I'll just leave it there. Can I make the atmosphere more thick, maybe? I wonder if this has any interesting effect. It should have an effect, but is it interesting? Does it look better? Okay. Don't know. What I would hope is maybe this can actually give me that that very red sun. Maybe, possibly. Alright, what if I make the atmosphere really crazy thick? Like 200, like double its thickness. So I will save like this. I feel like it kind of did nothing on the horizon, at least. Maybe when the sun is overhead, it has a change, a more noticeable change. Right, what do we look like? I couldn't tell you anything changed. Put those two pictures side by side, and I would say they're the same picture. So that kind of did nothing. Maybe I should just leave it and not mess with it anymore. Apparently I have a change, though. I'm not sure what the change is. Oh, I moved the eye altitude up slightly. Okay. I want to move that back. 80477. What is up with this moon angle changing all the time? That is so dumb. It just keeps changing. Does this move? Is this like... When I do this, it's like getting displaced or something? That doesn't look any different from where it was. Not that I could tell. This angle just keeps changing. I mean, that's kind of like a dramatic change though, isn't it? That is like a dramatic change. I wonder if the way that I move the moon around the sky is building up somehow. So it actually is displacing every time I change something. So I just reset it, so let's see where it goes. I'm even gonna put my finger on it so I know. It literally didn't move. It literally did not move. Okay. I bet my light is just getting displaced somehow. But did it just set it back when I hit save? It just put it back when I hit save. Does it not move it if it's not visible? Is that what's going on? No, it just actually wants to put it in a different spot. I don't understand this thing. I straight up don't understand this thing. The moon keeps like moving or something. That's all of it. I'm just gonna send this really quick. And then we'll go to the bathroom and be right back. I'm back. All right. Let's get a move on here. So, turn off moon when below the horizon. So, what was I thinking? I kind of just... Okay, I'm just going to start simple and just have it turn off when it's below the horizon. That's all I need to do. So... this guy knows where the moon is. How does this work? It's been so long, I don't remember how this works. Okay, so local time, orbit angle, Earth. What do I add? Right, I add this, moon view distance. So the moon basis is this. Moon shadowing calculation. Oh, this is for... shader speed up. I compute like this is for eclipses. It's not even used, but it's there. Moon orbit basis places it in the sky, and then moon basis. Wait. Sky material. Okay, this places it in the sky. Right. So moon basis is essentially the z vector is kind of all I use to know like where it is in the sky. If the z component is pointing if z is pointing up, I know it's below the horizon. So I will say update moon here and compute this stuff, and then I know where the moon basis is. Stash for moon render. And then this is everything together. So you know what I'll do? I'll actually put this up in process. Or sorry, update lights. Where I update the moon. And then I would say if I change the position of either one of these. Okay, so if not updated, then I do this. Update shader. Okay. So if moon basis z, I think it's the y component, z.y, is positive, that means we're actually pointing up like this, and then I know that I have to turn off the moonlight. Okay, so what is the moonlight? Moon. Ah, duh. Visible is false. I guess I can actually just say moon visible would just be moon basis is less than 0. There's something here about baked lighting not caring about whether or not this is on. But I kind of like can't, like I don't really get to turn anything off here, really. So I actually just have to set visibility to false. So visible is if the Y is specifically pointing down, or I guess if it's also on the horizon. Well, no, it kind of has to be pointing down. With some degree. Some degree it has to point down. Okay. So let me reload. And I will now watch. Okay, so it's not visible right now, which is strange. But if I move it, it's not visible. Why are we not visible? Why so many problems? Huh. Weird. Update lights. I mean, it's definitely updating it. Do I just have it backwards? Is this just backwards? Really? If the Y component... Wait, am I thinking about this right? Yeah, Y is vertical. If the Y component is negative, make it visible. Because Z is where it points, right? Okay, I must have something wrong here. Don't need that. Okay, update shader, sun basis, Z. Right? Sky compute sun direction at negative Z. Interesting. I mean, I guess I can look at this, because this will tell me its basis. So the Y points in the direction of the moon? It points to the moon, not down? Oh, I guess that does make sense. Never mind. No, that doesn't make sense. Why is the light like weirdly backwards? It's actually... Wow, really? Focus on this guy. Yeah, positive Z points at the moon. So negative Z points where it comes from. That is so kind of weird. That is honestly kind of weird. Because you see when I give it to the actual like thing that puts it in the sky, I have to invert it. For sky compute, which is what puts it in the sky. Wait, what does sky compute do? Yeah, it runs the shader. It runs the shader, right. Okay. So I want this to be, I guess, just the opposite. It needs to be slightly positive. Let me turn off the terrain and see kind of how close it gets to the horizon before I turn it off. So it's really close right now. I think I would want it to be on at this point. So we have our Y at 0.07. So let's actually say like 0.05 then, maybe. Let's zoom in on the moon, get a good look at it. That is a weird... Oh, that's the water plane is on. That's why that looks like that. Yeah, that's why that looked a little weird. I guess the water level actually gives me a perfect view of the moon. So I guess here when it touches the horizon, 0.69, awesome, is where I would want it to be hidden at this point. So I guess that's 0.003 is when I could turn it on. That's the earliest I could turn it on, is 0.003. So let's say that. Or let's even say 0.275. If we're greater than 0.275, then we can turn on. Right? So it's on, then it's off. Good. Super far from the cabin. Okay. Bring the terrain back. So that's the earliest I can turn it on. So essentially I need to know, is the sun up? The moonlight can't be on. Is the moon above this point? The moonlight can be on. So I can kind of get both of these at once. Moon, sun, shadow casting when above the horizon, turn off moon shadow. If sun is up, scale shadow opacity to 0 before turning off moon. So that one I feel like is fine to use a scene timer. You know, I'm just going to use my interpolation thing. I use that so much. It's super nice. It tracks everything for me. All I gotta do is call update and get the value out of it. So I feel like I definitely turn off the sun when it goes below the horizon though, don't I? Ooh, does Sky Compute do this? It might be. It shouldn't be, but it might do this. And it shouldn't be doing it. No, yeah. Pure rendering. Pure rendering. Good. Pure rendering. Very good. Okay. Alright, so essentially I'll just start here. Or sun. It is visible when... I'm just going to do the same exact thing. Well, I mean... I guess I kind of have to turn it on a bit early. Let me say this. Okay. So I'm going to move this along and try to spot when the sun turns off. Because what it currently does is it will stay on and then fade out the terrain. So I should see like pop out eventually. Yep, there's the pop out. So I actually have it fade out the energy of the sun. Light energy times light horizon. So this is inside update shader. So I will just do it here. Just if we're less than like this very small value, then I will turn it off. Or I guess really I just do it here instead of having these extra lines. The sun is visible if light energy is at least this high. Okay. That's up here in update shader. I'll leave a note. Actually, you know what I will do? I'll move this out of here and put it up there. Oh. Maybe I do this. Do I set anything on sky compute? I do set sky compute moon shadowing to this value. But I guess that's fine to be there. Sun radiance is a constant value. Or not a constant value, but set via a slider. And then, because you plug it in as degrees. Which is kind of dumb because I can... Well, I guess I actually do cut it in half, so that's fine. So let me actually take this out here, out of that, because that's not really shader stuff, and then just move it up here. And temperature. I don't actually have temperature set yet, so there's that. I mean, I already have it on the list, so I don't need to go there. And I will say this. I guess light energy here, since I have all this calculation, I would use that for modulating the ambient light level. And whatever it is. I don't know. Let me test something real quick just to see. I'm pretty sure this works. Bring the sun up to midday. Just type it in, I guess, 0.5. And then I have to move. I'm going to make an eclipse happen to test this. This should be 0.5 and this should be 1.5. And then there it is. So an exact eclipse happens, and it doesn't quite get dark enough. So, I mean, I'm not working on eclipses right now still, so I'm just gonna leave it. But it did darken, so that's all I wanted to see if it actually gets dark or not. Yeah, these values are set so that essentially these have to be offset by 1. And then as days go by, these would increase gradually. Inclination would change, because as the year goes by, how does that work? I don't know, something like that. The moon's orbit precesses. I don't have the timer set here, but it would precess over time. So eventually you end up with the moon going in front of the sun. Or no, sorry, the precession is really, really slow. That's a yearly thing. This is a yearly thing. Actually, I don't know which one it is. I think there's like a fast precession and then a really slow one that happens, and then you also have it moving because of the orbit of the Earth around the sun. I don't remember. It's been too long. Bring it back. Okay. So essentially, if the sun is visible, or the moon basis is less than that value. I guess let's just say this. If the sun is not visible, then the moon could be visible. And really what should happen is the light energy should scale up after I turn it on. And you know what, let me go and change this to 3D so I can see everything all at once. That's code again, 3D. So I can see those flipping on and off as I run. So, yep, there they go. They flip. The sun does not pop out. It correctly fades away. I think it's kind of all I needed to see, really, was just that happens. Enable moon when sun is off and moon is above horizon. I do say turn off moon shadow if sun is up, which makes me think that the moon would be on when it's above the horizon. But that's not true. Scale shadow opacity to 0 before turning off moon shadow. Okay, let me follow what I have written instead. So let me just do this too. Should I compute light horizon as well? All right, let me go straight for this. Let me set the moon's light energy based on... You know what, let me leave it all like this. So when we're above the horizon, we do all this, and I will send this as a commit. And just say we turn off the moon when we're below the horizon. But really, I just want to do this. Okay, so it's just on when it's above the horizon, and that's it. So it's going to set, and then it's going to turn off. Good. The sun turns off. Good. Okay. I'll send this. $80477 again. That's weird, because I hit save with this open and it just didn't save. Can we save for real if I save like 10 times? Oh, I have to add it back. Of course. Change that back to not be like that. Turn the water back on. So that change visible is now back on. move those lines, and apparently the moon just totally changes angle again, which is really annoying that that keeps happening. I don't get it. I really don't get it. I'll just commit it, why not? Yeah. Good. All right. So now I'm going to worry about shadow casting. So the moon, essentially the sun is just going to turn off. The sun is going to have priority for shadows. So I won't change anything with shadow casting on the sun. Because it has to, because otherwise it's just going to illuminate the whole world, even when it's underneath the horizon. Or when it's behind terrain. So sun will always have priority for shadows. The moon, however, let me, I may need to reorder this because this kind of depends on their light energy, I think. Okay. So whatever I do with shadows, I can add it on as a multiplier later. So like moon, brightness, illuminance, all that stuff. My idea there is essentially the moon will turn on its shadows. It will turn on shadows and scale them in when the sun energy is low. Essentially just that, yeah. So light energy, I believe, is this. Or sorry, this is light energy. Okay, so this is multiplier. Okay, good. So this is value from 0 to 1. So I can choose this as a shadow opacity on the moon. So I would turn on shadows. I started at 0, and I would fade them in, depending on light energy from the sun. Okay, so I'll do that. Yeah, I'm back. Hey, Danon. So if the moon is visible, we will... where does... It actually would be really, really low, wouldn't it? Let me just say when the moon is visible and I turn on shadows because the sunlight goes too low, then I start a fade for that. Moon shadowing min. What is this? What? What is this? The largest value between these two intersect disks. The area of intersection returns the percent visible of circle A. Oh, this is how I set it up so that it can't go too low. I set it to like 0.3. Okay. This is kind of a bad name. I'll call this actually like eclipse min. And I will document what this means. And of course give them their capital names because they are names. If the moon is visible, I may need to turn on shadows. So I guess I will say if it's more like if I am going to turn on the moon. How do I do this? I want to fade in shadows when the sun's light energy is below a certain value. And then also if I'm going to turn on the moon. So if I'm going to turn on the moon, I check the sun's light energy and I keep checking that. I guess it won't really change because then I would have the moon on. And then the moon would be on, and then the sun's light energy would drop below a certain value. So I guess I only do this if... Okay, so, but what if the moon comes above the horizon and the sun is already gone? I guess I essentially need a way to know when... How do I know this? I guess I would start the moon shadow at 0. The opacity at 0. So I'd always know when I turn it on. And when I turn it off, I have to make sure I set shadow opacity to 0 again. So let's do this. If the moon is not visible, set that to 0. Otherwise, if we are currently performing a fade, do the fade. I guess that's not true. What I want to know is to get my chair set. If the moon is visible and the sunlight energy is below a certain value, then I'm going to say, if the opacity, if the shadow is currently off, right? Okay. No shadow and not visible. So the moon is visible now. I guess actually shadow enabled is exactly what I have to check. I don't know why I was trying to overthink this. So if I guess I need, oh, how would I know this? I guess I need to set some constant value here. I'll just set it up here. Sun low light level would be, let me check this real quick. Let me look at these values. Dang. Does the moon have this? Illumination in phases. Okay. Where are we at? There's literally a page where it's like, oh, here's all the values. Lunar phase. What is that? The phase is equal to the area of the visible lunar sphere. This area degree of illumination is given by where E is the elongation. The angle between moon, the observer, and the sun. Awesome. That's cool. That's good to know. I should keep that in mind. something here it gives me like... Sure. 0.005 to 0.1 illumination. Where? Here. So that's kind of crazy actually to really think about. That is really little light. That is very, very little light. Because I know I go outside at night and it's a full moon. It is so bright. It feels so bright outside. Very dark, overcast day, 100. It's kind of crazy how much variation there really is in that. I'll just say 1,000. So if this happens, then I can check if the shadow is not enabled, then I need to start my interpolation. So I need this up here. I guess I can fade it in like over a minute. Well, maybe 30 seconds. Probably do sine and then in out. We are going to 1, 1, with 0 as our current value. Okay. And then I say, otherwise, if moon shadow is enabled and the sunlight is not that low, then I need to start fading it out. And I don't actually expect it to do this, but I guess I'll do this anyway. My guess is more correct, right? And actually, I don't really need to set those there either, because I'm always connecting it. guess I can really put this all in here. Like that. And the target is not 0. Make the target 0. And then I guess I would also check here if well, actually, I guess I said it like that. I will set it like this. I update. Do I have delta here? I don't. I must call it with update lights force somewhere. I do. Should I do that up here? No, because update lights is where all this stuff happens. So I update it first. I guess I should really do it like this. Apply it, and then I say, if we have finished, yeah. I'll check if we are done, and the target was 0, or I guess the current opacity is approximately 0, then I will turn it off. That's what it needed. Okay. Does this make sense? Because what I would be doing is if we're visible, I'm constantly computing this value. And I'm asking that question. So I think what I should really do is say if the moon shadow is enabled, then I can check this. Okay. Well, I mean, I guess I'm always checking it anyway, and that actually, fine. If it's low, then I may need to turn it on. If it's high, which I guess I don't even know why I think that's like a hard calculation to make. That's one multiplication. If it's high and the shadow is on, and our target is not 0, then we need to set our target to 0. And then as long as we're not done, we update. And if we just finished, we check if we are at 0 opacity now. And if we are, then we turn it off. Okay. So to see this actually working, I'm going to set this to like a pretty high value so we can see that light. So it should be off right now, I think. Guess I need to hit save first. And then we get, so I think it should definitely be off right now. I thought this should be working. Working here. I guess maybe it's not. Unless I'm computing it wrong. If the moon is not visible, turn those off. Oh, I think I have to reload. That's probably exactly what it is. And then in my initializer, I need to also say that. Okay, reload the scene. So I should expect moonlight to have no shadow. It does. I wish I could really see both at the same time. It is a bit annoying that I can't. Maybe I could print it. Invalid type. From nil to float. Oh, okay. I'll just clear that real quick. If target is not set, otherwise the target is set, and it's not 0. Okay. That cleaned that up. So now shadow opacity is 0, but enabled is on. Oh, it just turned off. I guess that was about 30 seconds. Alright, cool. So I can see this going now. So let me move this down to where I think it should probably start turning on. Probably about here, right? Shadow opacity, it's on and the shadow opacity is coming in. Huge. That looks really nice, how that's fading in now. Sweet. Okay. That seems like it worked exactly as it should have. And now when I bring the sun up, I should see it come down and then turn off. Oop. There it goes. I guess what I could really do is instead fade out my light intensity. That's probably what I should do, actually, instead of shadow opacity. And it's off. Nice. I don't know how much of that was visible. I guess the whole thing was visible, so you got to see the numbers going down. Very cool. Okay. So maybe it should be think, think. Lots of thinking for sure. So I wonder if I should do, instead of changing the shadow opacity, I change the light intensity. That's probably what I should do. Or light energy. Yeah, let me do light energy. Well, okay, no. It will stay as shadow opacity. Don't undo that far. And what I can do later is I can use this as a multiplier. Instead of changing the shadow opacity, I would multiply the light intensity -1. Or no, not even -1. I would just multiply light intensity. Okay, so shadows are fading. I'm on the train track. I'm going down. Completing the stuff in an order that makes sense and will be easy to work with. Once I do the other stuff, the moon illumination to scale, then I can combine this together. Cool, very cool. And I moved the sun around, so I need to change that back. Oh yeah, I need to move that back down to 100. Relative brightness difference before enabling moon shadows. That's kind of a poor description. And the moon thing is just going to change every time, I guess. All right. Future changes will instead fade out light intensity rather than shadow opacity. I just hit some keys and I'm kind of concerned that I might have just done something. Okay. No, good. Fortunately, none of the buttons G, I, and T do not instantly stop or mess with the stream. Very good. Lots of commits today. Cool, cool, cool. Alright. So sunlight to diminish accurately to the transmittance in the sky. So this will also be light color. So let me say sun light color. And then I also need to say actually need to add a new one. Sky intensity to match I guess it would just be like sun. Not even sun. To match brightness of the sky. Texture. So almost all of that really comes from the sun being in the sky, the brightness of it, because the moon is so dim that it essentially doesn't light up the sky at all. Unless you have clouds. Like if you have some light cloud cover and it's a full moon, then it's like almost, it's borderline like daylight outside at night. But for now it's just gonna be I guess I can just kind of look at the like a single pixel from the top of the sky. And actually, I don't know, because if I look at the top of the sky, then the edges of the sky don't count. How do I do this? Because all that extra light comes from doing calculations on the text, on the sun position and doing bounce lighting. So I do have to read from the sky. I guess I can imitate how the light level detection that I was looking at the other day, where they used like essentially 4 directions, like at 45-degree angles. They're checking like, you know, 4 spots in the sky, essentially, to detect light level. So I wonder if I could... This would be interesting. For dynamic day, specifically, I'm getting really annoyed that all these things keep opening, and I definitely am not opening them, but they just reopen anyway. Like this, I'm definitely closing these every time, and they keep like opening back up. Okay, those are fine though. Cabin I won't be looking at anymore. So kind of my thought here is I would have dynamic day place how could I do this? Can I put the sky on its own render layer? Is that possible to do? I would essentially just have like a sphere or something. Or I guess like an octahedron. They used can't. Their setup was to have an octahedron and then a camera above that looking straight down, an orthographic camera lined up exactly onto it, and it would just essentially just take the 4 values there, sample each point on this flat plane that is receiving light, and it would calculate, I guess it would calculate the average brightness of the whole thing, and that would be how exposed you are. I say exposed, that would just be your light level at that point. But I wonder if that can be a little bit optimized, because their setup is kind of just working with what they got, and that's kind of the best that they could do, was just put on a camera and do that. Probably what I should do is instead just sample the whole sphere, or sample, you know, a couple directions on my radiance texture cube map, and then average that out and use that as my average brightness, and somehow track that to. What kind of an issue is that it's going to draw the sun disk. So if I ever sample the sun disk, it'll be really bad if I do that. I don't know. I think I just have the texture. I think I should just use the texture, not the cube map. Go watch K-pop Demon Hunters. I won't be doing that. I think in here, I have the sky texture that generates. It's so good. I've heard it's really good, but it's too silly. I think it's too silly. Format, what is this? Can copy from bit. Silly things are good. Yeah. It's just, I could say I'm like rarely ever in the mood for watching media that's just like silly, I guess. I really just like serious stuff. I like serious stuff and educational stuff. But of course, I do like when serious stuff still includes jokes here and there, because then it's, you know, you can't be serious all the time. But I mean, just to me, the premise of that show is just too ridiculous for me to watch it. Render callback. Sky size changed. Compute sky. What the hell is all this? I don't remember writing any of this. This is weird. What did I do? Groups? I remember this was like a really awful thing to figure out. Getting these to be in the right location first of all, and then also the right order and which one was negated. Z becomes up and then the y-axis is negative. Really weird. Dude, what? You know what? I'm glad I figured it out. That's... Sky texture format. Texture create. Sky is a texture. Sky texture equals sky. Concept texture is actually kind of annoying. Sky texture is a texture that I can read from. You know what? Physical sky compute is probably going to be pretty good to use as... Oh, I have to run this manually. Never mind. I was going to say it's probably going to be... It would probably be good... Wait, how does this change? Oh, it comes from here. Create. Oh my gosh. Create sky. Effect callback type. Callback type post opaque. Oh, right. So this is a compositor. And it gets this and it runs it through the compositor pipeline. And it just says, go compute everything. Okay. And then essentially stores it to that texture. And the dynamic day reads or uses that texture as the shader parameter. Okay. So I guess in here, I do the callback and I do call compute sky. Can I synchronize on this? How would I do this? What do I do like? Yeah, I would call a sync. So I don't really need to do that. I was thinking about running it here. I don't really need to do that. I'm already doing some calculations here, so I think what I can do is, I guess just when I update shader, I can use like a small delta value to eventually read from that shader texture and compute its average brightness, and then apply that back to here. So, do I have constants anywhere? No constants. So I will just say down here, I'll do a constant and say sky intensity rate. It will just be a float, I guess. And I guess I could say like every I guess I could say every 30 seconds I would compute, and I would do an interpolation between a new value and an old value. I did just have a thought. I could skip this completely and just, in my shader, apply some exposure correction. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think I should do that. I should just drop this over time based on the true brightness of the sky. Let me verify something visually here. So the sun is up. This is as bright as it gets. We are at... Where is it? $30,000, and the moon looks about like that. Let me get right up on it. Yeah, so the moon looks kind of how I would expect it to look. So I'm going to make it dark. Follow the moon. And if I drop this value to something more dramatic. Okay, so 5,000 might be a bit low. Maybe 15,000 is the lowest I can go for that time of day. What about really late? Also, is the moon glowing? The moon's not glowing right now. Definitely too dark. Why does it seem kind of strange now? Because I thought I had this at like a low value before, and I was like, yeah, that looks good. Because I guess the thing that I was looking at is when I... Oh, right. This would need to be done because I lower this. That's what's happening. Okay. So I would set this to like 5,000. But then I would be changing my ISO on the player camera. Not there. Here. I would be raising this up to like 400. So that... And this would just be extra... whatever it is. I need to recalculate this. It's the Omni light. Okay. Yeah, that's what would happen. I would be raising my ISO. Essentially, I guess what I would do is as my exposure level drops, I increase my ISO like even slower. At a slower rate. Okay, yeah. So how frequently to read the sky texture, set sky intensity. And I'm gonna have a, what is it called? I think it's just background intensity. Yeah, it would just be sky intensity rate. And then this, I think, should probably be linear. Should probably be linear. And I can leave that as it is. Sky intensity. And essentially, yeah, I would just constantly be running this interpolation, and then once it's done, I recompute and go again. So update lights, we'll run through all this. I will leave a note here. Leave it there, so I know to be writing, adding stuff up here above that. And I guess essentially I just say, if we are done, then I need to recompute it. So if I always get, I think, okay, is done starts as true, so I don't need to check that. Sky intensity and sky intensity? What? Is a previously declared value? What? Oh. So let me change this to last background intensity. What is this doing? What was this for? Oh, this is for global ambient light brightness. Right. Yeah, let me move this down here. Use the exposure value and ambient light. Okay. I will be right back. I'm back. What? Okay. If sky intensity is done, I need to recompute it. So I will actually just call a function. Did you wash your hands? Yes, I did. Compute. Compute sky intensity, and then there's my target. And my target minus my current. And that should be fine. Then I'll just do environment, background intensity equals update. Okay. Compute. Right, and when I initialize this, I guess I actually do this in the ready instead. I'll just do it up here. That seems fine. No, that's actually not fine because this is technically not set yet. So, well, this extends. I don't know when stuff is set. Honestly, I don't know. So I'm just going to put it there. Compute sky intensity. Red. No. The dog is just licking my door. I don't know why he's doing that. He's just licking my door. Okay. So I need to read the sky texture. So I will do can I write sky texture? Is this fine? I think it's like a packed. I don't even know what it's. Honestly, I don't even know what it is. Rendering server. It's like get texture. It might even just be sky. Compute sky texture. Get image. So it's an image that is a copy of the data from this texture. A new image is created each time. This will fetch texture data from the GPU, which might cause performance problems when overused. Avoid calling get image every frame. Yeah. I mean, I guess that's probably what I want. I feel like there's got to be a way to do this. Rendering device. Texture 2D get. Okay, I mean, whatever. Hey, Alchemy. Yeah, I got 50 followers. I like opened up the stream and it said like 10 minutes ago you completed your goal. And I don't, it doesn't even show up in the alerts who followed. So some mystery 50th follower. But it also didn't update my goal. It's supposed to do that whenever I complete it. I think it only updates it when you finish a stream. Something like that. Alright, but get image. Image. I guess I need to see what image gets me. What if it just has a function, get luminance? That'd be cool. I guess I would resize to PO2 square. Oh, resize to power of 2. How's lighting treating you? Right, so I got... let me bring the... Let me bring this back. I'm gonna bring the sun back. And fix this. So I've got it working now, where I can have... And let me turn this light off. Where I can have... Okay, the zombie just looks weird because this reflection probe isn't updated yet. Okay, he still looks really dark, but just ignore that. Yeah, so just the interior walls. This is a texture for... Let me just play it. Okay, well... Let me just set that. Don't need to worry about that, I think. It's probably fine. So I get my flashlight, I can turn it on, and it removes that, like, darkness, I guess. Essentially, it just reads from this texture and then adds ambient light multiplied by the darkness value. Yeah, which method? So it's a texture. If I get up to like a wall, it's hard to see, but it is noisy. I have to smooth it out. But basically the inside of this is, I guess this one's most obvious. You see these lines here. I have no idea if that's getting through on stream, but I can see them. Let me do this. Let me make it a lot easier to see. Okay. So you can see, you know, brightness seems to be like coming in from the outside. There's this room in here stays dark, although now it looks really odd. I'm not sure why it looks like that. Oh, because the moonlight is on. Yeah, I have to figure that out. I can't hide it. Alright, well, ignore that it looks wrong. It's because the moon is weird, but still figuring that out. So yeah, essentially... This now makes it so that your flashlight is useful indoors because, yeah, everything is super strange right now because the moon is turned on. So like, yeah, you know, the wall is dark. So I guess here's a good example. The bright wall is what it would look like before I added what I changed. And then the dark walls is what it looks like now after I've added what I changed. After I've added this texture thing, I guess, that essentially multiplies the color from the outside. And you can see here, if at all, how it's like getting blue now. So it's incorporating the color of the sky into this. It's most obvious outside, I guess. It incorporates the color of the sky onto the surface. And of course, when I turn the light on, it goes away. I still get my directional lights coming in. My flashlight, of course, still works. There's weird shadows going on, but I'll figure it out. zombie is way too dark. I'm not sure why. You need lots of dark warehouses to explore now? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm essentially just gonna have a town which I'm not near anymore and I can't even see, but all those interiors will just use the same thing. I will just create a texture and then I set the shader up and give the texture, and then the insides become dark. And I have to use the reflection probe for dynamic objects so that he kind of matches the color inside a bit better. Because otherwise he would look like this. He would look like he's standing out in daylight, basically. Or I guess moonlight now. Yep. Maybe it's easier to see here. I don't know why my frame rate looks so bad. Definitely not 200. But yeah, now you can see how noisy it is. So you can tell that this was a texture that was rendered. Especially up here. Yep. So now I'm just going through my whole list that I made before I had to run through all this. I can probably even delete this now. I guess it's kind of like a combination of everything that I'm doing here, except for that. So that's good. Essentially, the shaders don't have ambient light by default. They compute it manually, so that's how I'm able to multiply it by this texture that I've created, and then I'll have to really figure out characters eventually, but I feel like those can be less accurate. I guess I have to give this like, yeah, I guess for the interiors I have to have some light or something. I'll see how it looks once I get to... Essentially, I have an idea for actually bouncing light inside the building. So on all of my windows, I would have like a surface that projects the sunlight in. So like hit the floor here and say, all right, let's go up a little bit and like place a light. So it looks like there's bounce lighting. I guess we'll see how well that idea works in practice, but that's an idea that I have for now. Okay. So I think what I can do is I can just essentially probably call resize with interpolation and then read like 1 pixel from it. Pixel V for vector, I guess. Oh, I just had a thought. I need to look at this. How does this texture come out? I'm sure like I think it's like the top half is actually color and the bottom half is not color. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. I would just read the top half. So I would take get region returns a new image that is a copy. Okay. Maybe it'll be better if I do a loop. Get size. Get use direct. Oh, non-zero value. I don't think this is a MIP. Yeah, it's not. Dude, I wish it didn't copy. Oh, crop. Wait. Oh, there we go. Okay, so I can call crop. Just remove the bottom half of this guy. Yeah, I'll do a loop myself. I won't call resize because that's going to be really complicated. I'll just do a loop and compute sum every value together and then divide it, and then I guess I need to run it through a matrix to get what that luminance value is, because blue counts for less than like green or something like that. What is get data size? The size in bytes. Okay. I'm really hoping that crop applies like top left of the image. So yeah, and I'll just do this. Oh, this is transformed. I did just realize that. This is transformed. So there's a lot more pixels around the horizon than there are above. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Maybe it'll be fine. Oh, no, this is not transformed. This is... I mean, it is transformed. It's like stretched. Right? But when I compute the texture... Wait a second. Okay, no, it is transformed. I need to look at the shader to figure this out. So I have a... Yeah. Essentially, this is the transform that applies. Or would it be eye to sky? Yeah, this is how I'm sampling the sky texture. Dog is being a little weird. This is kind of... X, Y. I direction dot with up. How does this work? Transmittance from... Where do I get the sky texture from? Color is eye to sky. Oh. So I get... I need some way to know what my XY translates to, so I can use this as a multiplier for how much effect it should have. I guess essentially I have to compute the density of pixels at a certain position, which is going to take some math that I unfortunately don't know off the top of my head what that math is. All I know is that the density increases at the horizon. So when I'm counting pixels, when I'm just going through the texture and scanning the horizon, those are really dense pixels, so I would have to scale those down. When I'm scanning the top of the image, which is essentially the top of the sky, those are really low density, so those pixels count for a lot. Density of 1 pixel is 1 pixel by 1 pixel? Yeah. Horizontal direction, azimuth. Azimuth over pi. So I think it's kind of just this times 0.5 plus 0.5, because this is the same thing that happens up here. Times 0.5 plus 0.5, 0 to 1. V, this is probably the function I should really be looking at. Normalized altitude. Yeah, it's also just Y. And this is X. So does that mean... So if I'm at 0, if I'm reading 1, so I'm all the way up vertically, or no? Wait, what? X is U. That's one thing I will not have to go through in my project. Yeah. Wait a second. So U is the horizontal component, V is the vertical component. Why does it kind of look like that? It kind of seems strange. I guess this is just mapping it from essentially 0 to 2 pi. Is that right? So at 0, we are at 0.5. Oh, I remember. This was also like a weird rotation thing that it does. This adding is a rotation. So I guess I need to figure out what normalized altitude is, because x is kind of constant the whole way through. Y determines the density. So the vertical direction determines the density. Yeah, so this is, I ignore that. That's just 0 to 1. The square root elevation over 2 over what? What is that? Over pi over 2? Over half pi. Is it just square root? Is it just square root? I just square root my y value and that gives me my density. Oh, it does. I think it actually does. But then I have this add half. The add half is weird. Oh, the add half is to account for the ray pointing either up or down. Right, this is just an extra transform to squash instead of just going from like 0 to 1 and squashing like that. This is to squash it from -1, 1 to -1. So it is just square root. But it's also the square root over pi times 0.5. Do I need to factor that in? So let's say I'm at 0. 0 over, that just becomes 0. Square root of 0 is 0. Times 0.5 is still 0, and then plus 5. Right, so 0 elevation is reading from the middle of the texture. Now what if I'm halfway up? Okay, so it looks like the pi over, the over pi times 0.5 is important. So if my elevation is 1, which I expect this to come out to 1, 1 over half pi square root that essentially has to become 1, right? The square root of this of 1 over pi times 0.5. Or is it just because a sine from 0 to 1? Alright, it's time for Desmos. It's time for Desmos. What is a sine of x? Sorry, sine inverse? Okay. Right, that's why we do that. Because -1 translates to negative pi over 2. So then if I divide by this scales my x to that. Okay, so I don't have to worry about that either. I'm just taking the square root of this, of x, of y, and that's my density. So square root of 1 is 1, so that's a high density. Square root of, yeah, as y increases, I just start multiplying it by the square root of itself. Square root, cool. Very simple there. Right, so let's do packed byte array. So I expect that I'm getting RGBA, probably. Can I do like set format? No. Well, I know what the format is because I set it. Ooh. All right, so really, signed to float, A32. I don't need that much. What formats do I have? I guess I am able to exclude the alpha. Assigned to float. Technically, I don't need the alpha. Let me see if I can take this out and still end up with the same results. And then create, but also, yeah, this is storing, oh, wait. I remember why it's like that. Because I'm storing spectral information. Actually, okay, so the sky texture doesn't need that at all. Wait, does it? No, it doesn't need that. Because I'm pretty sure what happens is I'm storing 4 values and I'm using the alpha channel for that 4th value. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it. So, although the sky texture, yes, okay, yes, this is how it is. So sky texture, I get, wait, I'm actually only sampling the RGB value. Okay, never mind. Never mind. What about LUT? Okay, this one I am using that 4th value. So I should be able to say no on the alpha here, which saves me some time there. 32, a byte is 8. So I have to read 4 bytes to get this value as a float. Actually, you know what? Packed byte array probably allows me to read floats individually, so I think I'm good there. Actually, what is data size? The size in bytes. I think I just need data size. I don't have to do any of that. Okay. Try and range length. I'm just going to be summing up the values. Will I lose precision? How large is this texture? Do I have to worry about precision here? 256? Wait, really? How large do I have my texture set to? Why is sky empty? Just... Right. Did I hit reload project? Whoops, that's not what I meant to click. I meant to reload scene. That's probably why it's empty, because there's a bug in it right now. Yeah. Yeah, okay. My bad. Do I just have sky? No. Okay. Do I have sky shader? Or is it here? No. Well, I don't know what my size is, but the max size I give myself is actually 1024, so that's really small. I shouldn't have to worry about losing precision there. Though I will still store them as three floats. Total is vector 3. For iron range length, I believe I can do like data. I gotta be able to like decode. Yeah, decode float. Decode is S32 an integer? Yeah. I'm getting 32 bits, so when I say float, this is 32-bit floating point. Good. Byte offset. Okay, I guess I don't really get size there. I guess I do size dot x. And I'm reading this is how many pixels I have. Yeah. And then I will get 3 floats at a time. Each pixel has 32, 64, 96. Is that math? I times 96. Z. And then I have to say, I have to compute a scale. So scale will essentially just be the square root of the y component. So Scale will be float. It will be the square root of the y value. So square root of 0 is 0. Square root of 1 is 1. So essentially I want... Oh, interesting. Huh. Wait, yeah, how do I do this? And it's gonna be the square root of this. Okay, just delete the whole thing, I guess. Right, so this is like pixel density. So at 0, I have standard density, so it's going to be the whole width. At 1, I have yeah, I guess that 1 pixel is just the top, and that covers the whole top. So it would be like 1 over. Or it would be 124 over 1. So this is our baseline, okay? So this is the baseline. Every pixel counts for 1. When I get up top, I have to multiply it by some value. Can I make the top my baseline and then these start counting for less and less? Is that how this works? These pixels count for less and less. And then eventually at the very bottom of the image, I just am not counting those pixels anymore. Alright, think about it visually. The whole ring is actually a lot more pixels than the top. So really, if I'm looking up, I'm basically just reading one value from that image. Okay, let me look at this. Let me revisit this. So I guess I would do transmittance from. Okay, that's just like the sun's color. It's not what I... Times 0.5 plus 0.5. Let me just see what this looks like in the graph. Right. So This is essentially the transform that happens as I go up. So when I'm looking near the middle, I'm scanning pixels in this area. So I guess I can think of this as the density. Okay, not quite. I think I can kind of get this to transform so that I'm essentially going from 1 to okay, let me say that I have my image is essentially can I divide x by a half times x by a half? Okay. All right. So I feel like I'm getting somewhere a bit better now. I guess this is the mapping, right? So if I'm reading at 0.5, let me take this plus 0.5 off. Should I just take that off and then not do 2x? No, it should be 2x. Okay. So if I want to read at I'm plugging in x. So if I want to read at 0.1, I would be reading at 0.6 instead. If I want to read at 0.13, I would read at 0.2 instead. If I want to read at 0.3, I would read at 0.3 instead. So it kind of comes back to like the value starts greater. It does do a bit of a weird shape here. Is that shape necessary? Oh yeah, should this be? Did that make a difference? I don't know. Oh, I think it probably did, maybe. Yeah, I think I'm getting it. So if I want to read at like 15, I would start reading at 16. So that as I slowly go up, I'm filling in a lot more. So the density of pixels here is low, right? So I guess the density could be thought of as like 1 over that value, or 0.5 over that value. And then once we get up here, if I'm reading at the top and then I read at the top, okay. Right, so let me think about this as being one over f of x. Or sorry, 0.5, or what, just 1 over 2. So the pixels on the horizon count for a lot less because I'm going to read them a lot more frequently. So I guess it's actually this over 0.5. So when I'm at and I guess probably I like do 1 minus this value. Maybe 2 minus this value. No. Somehow it needs to get so that I'm going from like 1 I don't know. Yeah, let me try. Or 1 plus. Okay, very weird. So it doesn't work like that. Maybe the shape is almost there. This is like a ratio between these two values. It's like so at this okay, so let's say here, right? At this value, okay, multiply by 0.5, right? think this about makes sense. So it'd be x over f of x. So if this one comes out to be 0, then I just ignore it. I guess I'll just add 1. So everything is not strange. Could I just do that? Could I add 1? It's kind of weird. I'll just leave it like that. So when I'm on a quarter, I would say, oh, I guess maybe this isn't quite right. This should be like over 2. There we go. Okay, now this makes sense. So I guess really I just take that multiplication out. So I'm at 0.25 and then 43301. Okay. And then I don't know if this is necessary. Okay, that's all fine. Is that shape still basically the same? Okay, it kind of matters that this one is doubled here. Oh wait, no. Because I want this to go from 0 to 1. And then it would actually go over 1 a little bit. Okay, this seems right. A little bit more than half. So I know that at a quarter I've gone through 40% of it. Okay. Do I need the absolute value of x? Probably not. Yeah. Only need that if I want to go negative. I don't need that. So I'm going from 0 to 1, but kind of the opposite, because 0 should be reading from the top of the texture. So this would be like flipped over. Yeah, this would be like flipped backwards. How do I flip that? How do I flip this? Would just be like, do I just do this and then I would subtract 1, or one minus x? Does that flip it? Yeah, that looks like it flips it perfectly. So it would be at 0, I'm reading every pixel counts. As I go down, they count for less and less until I reach the bottom, and at which point they kind of don't count at all. But that's exactly on the horizon at that point. Okay, so here's my function. I compute this value, but my x is going to be 1 minus x. So I guess that's really my vertical component, right? So I just have to figure out, I have to modulo x, or my I by, or sorry, I divide I take the floor of x over my width. So once I pass it, then I'm at 1. Okay. So let's just say y will be the floor, the integer floor. I guess it doesn't matter. The floor of I over size x. Okay, so we start at 0 there. And I would say it's 1 minus y. I guess I would just do then I need, so this is my progress on that side, so then I have to do over, okay, let me just size, crop, do that. This will be so much easier. One minus, and then I do will be a sine of y over pi times 0.5 let me just say let's do that. I guess I can take the inverse of this, which would just be pi over 2, or 2 over pi. That might help, I don't know. And then the square root of this. Equals y over density, good. And then I just multiply these by density. But of course, if density comes out to be 0, we'll just continue so I don't do any 0 division. Skip those. Skip that. And I just multiply everything by density. And then I still want values 0 to 1 are actually really precise with floats, so I could probably keep these multiplied just so that they stay low instead of dividing afterwards by this range. So this is the number of pixels, so this is how much they will contribute. So I'll just do this. This won't actually be a constant. So this is, yeah, essentially just the range I'm going to go through. And there is one thing I realized. The area under this curve should be 1, right? This value should be 1. Is it 1? I don't think so, because this would be... It should be 1, right? So if it's not 1, then that means I've made a mistake. Because it stays over half this whole time. Let me see if what is it, Wolfram can do that. Essentially area. Let me see if I can get it to figure it out. This where f of x is this. Does it figure that out? Does it understand that? It really gave up. That's actually funny. It really gave up. Can I figure that out? Maybe. One minus x over sine of 1 minus x pi 0.5. Really? It's not 1. Should it not? Should it have been? It should have been 1. Which I thought it was going to be over 1. So does that mean it's going to end up darker? I have no idea what that means, honestly. I'm not even sure if it needed to be. I guess it just needed to have the same area as... You know what? I might be losing it. I might have no idea what I'm doing. So, alright, I got my total. Now I need to multiply it by some matrix or something. So... RGB to luminance. Linear RGB. Am I linear? I'm sRGB. What's sRGB? I think it's different. Those are the same values. Yeah, it's like green counts for a lot of its luminance, and then blue and red count for very, very little. Okay, I guess we're sRGB. These are values. Reference white. Oh wait, does this matter? Wait. Find a white object, a white piece of paper. Take it outside on a very clear, preferably summer morning. When the sun is up, it's still very close to the horizon. Stand with your back to the sun. Hold the object up so it's fully illuminated by direct sunlight. The color of the white that you're looking at is roughly 5000 K over D50, which I don't know what D50 is. Relative, warm, and yellow white. The higher in the sky the sun gets, the more the light on your object is indirect rather than direct. The higher the color temperature. A mix of sunlight and indirect light on a slightly overcast day is roughly 65 K D65. So do I have to consider this as my white value? Let me see this. So in the environment tone map, I do have a white value here, the reference white value. Tone map white. Essentially, this is used to compute luminance, correct? So so let me look at where that's used. Let me look for tone map white. Tone map white. About 10 more results here. Okay, so it looks like this is a calculation, perhaps? No. Actually, wait, it kind of is. What are these documents? Identical image to linear, right. Oh, I was actually using that wrong this whole time. That's funny. I said it's a Reinhardt, but it was just linear if I left it at 1. So what is this note? This is an interesting note. Okay, I apparently clicked that wrong. It's fixed at a value of 16.29, which makes unsuitable for use with the mobile rendering method. Okay. Okay, so this is kind of a trail here. Environment set tone map. Rendering scene, environment set tone map with white. Right. Environment storage. Okay, I want to look at this. Environment white. It's probably going to be some silly thing where they just, like, multiply it by pi or something, like 1 over pi. I don't even know. Okay. Let's go here. White. White, white, white. Tone map white. Environment get white. So looks like we're setting up tone map here. And then getting the adjustments, and then at some point tone map is gonna convert to sRGB as texture storage. Tone mapper, tone mapper. Color texture. Destination FB. Frame buffer. With the tone map. Okay, so tone mapper. Somewhere here. Tone map mode. So I'm expecting it's going to be something where frame buffer, tone map settings. So where does it start reading from settings. We got tone map at some point. Version get shader. So is this like... somewhere here? Oh, is it here? Tone map. So somewhere here I'm expecting to see stuff like aces, Reinhardt. Oh, there it is. White squared. So it takes your color. It squares it. It takes your squared color. Takes your white squared over white squared. Color plus white squared. Okay, so this is where white is used, I guess. Of course. Yep. Which takes in white. So I guess essentially what I will do is I apply this using my white value. Okay. So white squared, square the color, and then white squared color plus color times color over white squared color plus white squared. A lot of stuff there to do. So our project uses random tone mapping. I guess with white something. I don't know what this is. With white. Yeah. So that just explains why this is happening here. Also, I wonder if I may be also doing another mistake where I'm running this twice. So do I have any errors right now? No, I don't have any problems. Reload scene. It's purple. Yay. Usage as sampling texture. Oh, well, that's fun. Well, now I've learned. And I will leave a note so I don't try to change it. I've kind of skipped lunch here. Oh. Is it crashing? Did it just die? Is that texture like really hard to parse? Is this what's destroying my frame rate right now? Is running that? It can't be. Right? There's no way. Oh, wow. This is really bad. Have I killed it? I think I killed it. Well, that... I hope that was just... nothing. It's not even asking me about save mode. What's gonna happen? I think I've killed it. That for loop, I think, has killed it. So... I have to go in and manually edit this file because Godot has not figured out what's going on yet. I'm guessing this is really bad. I kind of left this in probably an incomplete state, hopefully, is what I've done, and not that it's actually just that slow to process. So let me leave out... Wait, I don't even think I run that. No, I do run that function. I do run this function. Oh, yeah, I mean, it never stops. Oh no, I do call an update. So let me not do this. Let me say compute sky intensity just returns right away. This is my thought, that this is actually really slow and I totally messed up. Edit normally. I already recovered. Alright, it showed up. So... I kind of don't believe that this is that slow. I kind of don't believe it. Is this really that bad? Is doing this that bad? Oh, it is running it constantly, actually. Never mind. So, let me check. I know that the sky only changes if either one of these have changed. Which I guess is true here. Oh, which actually is kind of strange. Is this always computing? Oh, it is. It's always forcing a compute. Okay. Okay, so this is bad. So I have to check if force is on. I have to have actually changed. One of these has to have changed. So yeah, let me say if force, or I guess updated equals how can I handle this? Because it is doing this literally every step. It's constantly checking this. But I actually want to have a time change. So let me say if we didn't update anything, then I update shader. I can do all this, I think. Then I can say down here, if, I guess I do a check here, if time changed, then I can do this. And just checking this has a shortcut. If is done, we return current. Good. If time actually changed, then I would compute this. I don't know a better way to really do this. If time changed, then I can actually run this. So I think what I'll do here is I'll do a what is it like? Oh wait, is uint a thing? Just int, I guess. Or it would be msec. There we go. Get ticks. And I'll just do at the very start of this. In fact, I really want this value. Actually, milliseconds is probably fine. Milliseconds is fine. If it takes more than, yeah, a tenth of a second, then I'm gonna say no, I can't do this. So warning. I just return this value right away. Okay, bring it back. So it shouldn't go until I change the time of day. Do I need to restart the scene? Background sensitive base object nil. Line 355. What? Why is environment nil? What are you talking about? What? You know what? I kind of don't believe you, actually. I actually just kind of don't believe you. Try again. Why is environment null? That is really strange. It's not null. Environment is not null. Yeah, I still actually don't believe you. Try again. I'm not buying that. Wow, really? What? What? Dude, I don't believe that. No, that's not possible. Why is it null? No, that's not true. That's not true. It's right here. I'm so confused right now. What? Why is it null? Why is this suddenly null? What have I changed? Literally, what have I changed? I don't believe it. I don't believe what I'm seeing with my eyes. Background intensity 0? What? Maybe that's why it looked like that. But also, like, why is that one working? Why is that one working and the other one isn't? Why is this method able to grab environment background intensity, but the other one can't? That's really weird. That's really weird. Is it really setting it to 0? Okay, sky is back. Alright, the sky is back. This is very strange. This is very weird. Why is environment null? Why can I read it from update shader? Why is this all fine? Why is update shader okay, but then a few lines later this is not okay? What's the difference? Yeah, because like literally like 2 lines later it runs this. Or before it runs this. Environment, sky, calls update shader. Right here. Oh, is it because current is null? Oh my gosh. Assignment. It's saying assignment. Okay. Also, I even set it to... I even set current value to that, so I'm not sure why. Okay, I'm still quite confused though. If not is target set, return null. Okay. Okay. So if I move this guy, I should get an update. Maybe even just do a print here, where I print my computed value. Oh, it's not doing it at all. Okay. If time changed. Alright, so I'm going to compute all these anyway, I guess. Okay. I don't want these lined up, maybe? I don't know. Looks cool. Doing time change, then I do all that, and then I just say time change equals. Okay. So when I go here and I change this, all right, I get a bunch of stuff. 41,000 errors just printed. Okay. Condition offset is less than 0 or offset is greater than size minus 4. Right. Wait, I'm counting bits. I might be dumb. I might be dumb. Okay. Very wrong. This should just be times 32 is 4 bytes times 4 plus 4 plus 8. Okay. Should be that. I'll just change it by 1. Computed average color is 0. Funny. 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 Average color 0. Alright, so let me just do this. I'll just start here. Okay, can we get like a time change? There we go. All right. So what about when I do density? Or sorry, inverse total. Zeros. Hey, Guarsa. Thanks for following. Trying to compute the average color of my sky so I can get its luminance value and then multiply that by the intensity of the sky, basically. But I'm struggling a little bit. Oh, these are integers. That would probably be why that happens. Sweet. Average color is that. What color is that? Is there like a quick color thing I can look at? I guess fog. So if I do... Wait, why? Wait, these are the same colors. They're only very slightly different. That's not the average color of this guy. Dang, I'm new to creating games, so I'm learning the language. I'm majoring in computer science, and I'm learning Java language. Well, fortunately for you, GDScript is 99% Python. That's not the average color of this guy. I just don't believe it. Maybe I would believe it if this black was included, but that should still be like blue. These are really close together. No previous experience with any language. Oh, well. Good luck to you then. My friend went to college and then learned pretty much programming for the first time through college. And he would have me help him with writing code. And sometimes he's graduated, so he really enjoyed it. But just like for the first couple like months or something, his code was really messy looking. It wasn't Python, so the indentation, it wasn't like the indentation mattered like it does in Python. So everything was just like braces were all random and really, it was really weird looking. And he ended up with a lot of bugs because he misunderstood his own indentation and thought something was inside of some parentheses when they weren't. Yeah, if you learn Python, GDScript is like very, very similar. It is very similar. I guess the only thing is you have these vars and const, but other than that, a lot of stuff like writing a for loop is the same. Math is the same in Python as GDScript. I don't know if you heard it, but I just realized I had an error where I was dividing by an integer instead of a floating point value. Python would do the same thing to me. Or actually, I don't know if Python does the same thing. It might actually not. Okay, no, Python does just do floating point division. Never mind. That'll catch you a few times, I'm sure. I just don't believe that this color is this color. How'd you get into programming? I was trying to make websites when I was really, really young. And then I also wanted to make games when I was really, really young. So I got into it just because I was interested in it. I'm trying to figure out how these could be the same color. I don't believe it. I just don't believe it. It is very slightly more blue. These values are so similar. At byte offset, there are 4 bytes to 32, right? What's this game about? So you find weapons and you shoot zombies. And that's the game. It's pretty much like just meant to be kind of like an arcade feeling. I guess like arcade gameplay, but it won't feel like, you know, it's not like that kind of feeling of it's gonna be scary, it's gonna be dark. Yeah, it's 3D. This is the world I have. And you'll essentially just be searching for guns to kill zombies and hopefully not dying. I'm at a point where I'm trying to like finalize all the lighting so it looks good. I've got all the weapons like 90% there. They just need like meshes and then some more refinement. And then I have to work on zombie AI, improving it. Currently they just like path straight to you and that's kind of all they do. I mean, yeah, it should be blue. Like, it should just be blue. This is even before I apply any scaling. Maybe I should apply the scaling now because that actually might affect it. Because the reason it was 0 is because I missed that division up top. It's like only barely blue. It's only blue at like... That's just gotta be wrong, right? 7. Apparently we didn't change the time. Why is it not changing? There we go. So, I guess that's good. It's still about the same. Why is it like that? Oh, it's a 30-second transition. Right. I have to wait. Okay. Let me turn that down to like 2 seconds. Or just 1 second. Yeah, just do 1 second. How long have you been working on this game? I've been streaming the majority of it. I worked on it for like 2 months a while ago. I didn't get very far. I pretty much just got the terrain and then zombies to follow me around. But now, I think it's been about a month that I've been really working on it. And I've made a lot of progress. Average sky color 0, that's not right. Okay, so it is getting darker. Even darker. I mean, it just doesn't seem like that's... I mean, maybe it is. I guess it is kind of gray. One thing I underestimated looking from the outside is how much work a game needs. 3D especially. 3D is like... I would say probably like 100 times more effort than a 2D game. If you're like translating it properly. If you're just going like 3D and then like grabbing assets and throwing things together, then it's probably, that doesn't really work. But if you're like making a really good 2D game and a really good 3D game, I would say the 3D game is a whole lot more work. Where does it actually get dark? Interesting. Okay. So I must be reading values wrong because this is midnight, so the sky should actually be totally dark right now. And it's not. So I think this should show me the texture that I have. What is that? Why is it a line? What? Did it like delete the texture? Why does it look like that? Okay, that's what I... Oh, wait, this is upside down? Really? Well, that would explain why. It's upside down? Oh, and why does it look like that? That's not at all how that looks here. Have I done something wrong? Color is this. I add these, and then I just map it. That's really weird. Why does it look like that? I feel like that's not how that actually looks. I mean, maybe it is. But I definitely cropped it wrong. So I guess I would really, I wouldn't crop. I would just start halfway. Yeah, I'll just start halfway. I have all of it. So we'll start at the halfway point of start there to this value. Yeah, I guess it would be, or it would be double this value. Okay, is this, am I going to get a blue color now? That looks like the average color. I mean, not really. Yeah, this is really strange. Also, the color didn't even change at all. Am I still reading the bottom half of the texture? Or the top half of the texture? Yeah, I'm gonna expect my starting point to be like pure white. And my ending point to be that. So I'm gonna say if I is 0, I'm gonna print out my color. You know, let me even like store this as I don't know, maybe I shouldn't. I was going to store each color individually, but I don't think I should do that. I guess just our red, green, blue. I'll expect the first color to be about white, and then the last color to be very blue. Or like the bluest one so far. Oh, wait. No, yeah, that's right. Okay. -1. Okay, so white to blue. I only got one print. What? I didn't save it? If I equals... Oh. To... I'm confused about that. Why that one's not printing the final value. Alright, well, so which one is that? That's the question. Which one is that? First color is very blue. So if my first color was very blue, well, I'm not getting last color though. Oh, it's because it comes out to be 0, of course. I skipped like the final row. Interesting, so the first color does actually come in. Oh, wait. This might be why. This is probably why. So... I guess it's fine, I'm skipping the first and last row, whatever. Maybe it's not fine, because I do take off the first row pretty hard. Or it's not, I guess it's not very hard, because I'm reading such dense pixels on the first and last row. Or I guess the first row. Whatever, it's upside down. Weirdly, it's upside down. The first row is right here, and then I'm scanning down. Like, all these pixels right here are like half the image. I say half the image. Like the first quarter of pixels are like the first half of the sky. All the way up the top. Oh wait, maybe I've... You know what, I wonder if... The way I've gone about this is kind of really wrong. let me just get the second function in here, the original one. I definitely remember it. Times okay, so that's the original function. Essentially, this just means when I read 0, I read 0. When I'm reading 3, I'm looking at 0.5. Or I'm looking at, okay, let me take off that. I might have gone about this a bit wrong. So actually, I guess if it's 0, then I make it 1, don't I? Because then the density is 1 to 1 in that instance. If they're both close to 0, then I just make them 1, because but then every other color after that is going to be yeah, I gotta reconsider how I do this mapping, because this is wrong. Because 0 should be 1, this should be 1. But these values should be less than 1. So I guess the first row counts for 1. The second row should count for less than that. Some amount less. I don't know, maybe this shape is actually kind of linear enough that I can approximate it and I'm fine. Because if you think about it, this is kind of a straight line, right? It's essentially x over 2. I would look more at the edges of the sky and I would say, well, actually, I think it's this difference between the two is what I would really be doing, right? So this point I know should be the same. This should map to 1. I think I've been doing this wrong. I think this is how I should have been doing it. Is I take O of x and I do essentially yeah, this should be 1 and this should be 1 is what should happen. So it would be, this value should be smaller, so it would be like, okay, let me just see what happens. X over 2 over O of x. Okay. It's not quite right. I would expect 1 to be up top. So O of x over 2. Okay, kind of crazy. So should it be, okay, well, let me just make x over 2. I guess I want the difference between these two values. So it'd be like, would it really just be OX minus x over 2? Almost. Might be x over 2 minus that. And then I guess I would do... So this counts for less, right? Would it be this value over... or 1 minus this value? Or this value minus 1? 1 plus? This row counts for 1. These start counting for less. This would count for 1. This would count for more. It's this. This is what I'm looking for. There's so many curves on here, it actually looks kind of cool. This is what I was looking for. This is a crazy looking shape. These are like continuous there or something. Okay. So I'm looking for... Let me try to get this down to f of x. Yeah, x minus f of x plus 1. Or I guess just 1 plus. X minus f of x. Alright, yeah, that's actually what I'm looking for. This is the multiplier I'm looking for. So, this is f of x, which I need to modify. So density is going to be first we'll have to get this set to the right value. So it should be I over I guess I minus, wow, size. Did I just forget how to type? I is an integer. This is a integer. So I'm going to do 1.0 here. Or I guess I can just do float. So we guarantee a float division there. Could I just cast it like this? I can. Okay, so I don't need to do this. This is still an important thing to have there. And then I don't do this anymore. And I don't have, density doesn't become 0 anymore. So I do this. This is not the method. This is going to be 1 plus y minus density. Okay, and I should be fine. Nothing bad should happen, in theory. Last color R is 1. Wow. Red is fully red. Wait, what? Oh. No, that actually doesn't make sense. Why is R 1? Why is red? No, that just doesn't make sense. I would expect blue to be 1. I would expect blue to be 1. Is that what's going on? Red and the colors are flipped? Or am I just reading it wrong? Oh, I am reading it wrong. So I'm actually reading there are... So when I is 1, or 0, the first 4... Oh yeah, my multiplication is actually all wrong. So this should actually be times 12. 4, 4, 8, 12, 16. Oh wow, I'm way off. I am way, way off. The 1 makes sense if there was... 1 makes sense as an alpha channel color. Because the alpha is 1. None of these should have ended up being 1. Am I almost there? That's not right. Interesting. First color is almost 0. The last color is very, very blue. I was not expecting that. Yeah, that's kind of not... I wasn't expecting that at all. That's like over blue. The side is very dark. I'm like reading along this line, I'm pretty sure. Like the line just above that. Or actually, if it's upside down and I'm reading at the halfway point. Yeah, if I'm reading it at the halfway point. That color feels way too dim. But it is blue. Certainly that's blue. 0.6, or what is this? 5.26. Yeah, it's super bright. 7.91. 12.18. I mean, maybe for the horizon, actually. This is 0.014. Yeah, this is like down here. That doesn't make sense. I'm definitely reading a color down here. So did I crop this right? I start at size Y. I definitely did this wrong. Okay. I'm supposed to start at size X times size Y. That's where I'm supposed to start. Okay. Eventually I'll stumble into the right stuff here. Okay, first color. Yep, that makes sense to me. It's a little bluish, but not quite. And then the last color is that. Okay. Yeah, this makes more sense to me because this is a lot of light here on the horizon, right? Right, this comes out to this kind of like white color here. And then when I get all the way up to the top of the atmosphere, I end up with this color at the top. Which, I mean, yeah, it makes sense. So these colors, I mean, I say they make sense. They're definitely crazy. They do look like that. Absolutely blown out colors. So let me see about shader editor. So I'm writing this color. And that's the color that I read. I guess, yeah, this is like an HDR color, isn't it? How do I scale this down? Why did that just like reset? Yeah, why did that happen? I didn't change it. Okay. Okay, so these colors make sense to me. Absolutely. They definitely make sense to me. Let me say it, let me change it to almost night. Okay, so I didn't quite get the update yet. So it's always like 1 frame behind or something. Okay, so I just still didn't get the update. Why am I not getting the update? Is this also a lookup texture? Oh. That's also a lookup texture. Interesting. All right. So really? Wait. Wait, so what if I hit save and then reload scene? Okay, sky texture is updating, but it's being annoying. And weird. Weird. Really, really weird. I don't get the updated value for some reason. Should I... This will fetch texture data from the GPU? That's not true though. It didn't do that. It definitely didn't do that. Why did it not do that? Very interesting. Why do I not get sky back? That's super strange. Is Sky Compute? No, this is definitely like working. Because I'm giving it the texture that I want to run. That is super strange. What is that about? First color is 0, last color is 0. Well, that's also not right. Why does that happen? Okay, so it's doing something here that I don't understand what it's doing. This definitely needs to just give me the texture. Want to do rendering device? No. Yeah, I guess let me do force sync. Force synchronization and then get the value. I bet that might be what's going on. Which is really weird if that is going on. Nope. I mean, this is just a lie though. This is the crazy thing. This is a lie. This texture is not the real texture. So does that mean this is somehow wrong? I'd have to look this up. What is going on? Why is it not giving me the new texture? What is this? What is this? This is really, really weird. Okay. Let me just try running the game and seeing this is like a weird thing that's... Like, I really don't get it. I actually really don't get it. So, let me just try running the game and see what prints. First time is 0. Will these colors change? They are changing. They're getting darker. So it's just an editor thing. Okay. I can deal with that being an editor thing. Which is crazy annoying. That is the most annoying thing ever. That it doesn't update for some reason on my side, on the editor. But it's clearly working there. Very, very red, and now it's going to start dipping down pretty hard. It should. That's the top of the sky. It's like purplish almost. It's actually like really purple. Yeah, the red is going away very rapidly. Now it's like a purple color. Top of the sky is a really dark blue. And yeah, average color I would say is like purple, right? It's definitely kind of purple. Alright, cool. That looks like that's working really well. So I want to time this now so I can be sure that it's not... 1 second, dog is barking. I am back. I realized I haven't actually had lunch yet, but I got something. So these colors make sense to me. They do go over 1, which is fine, but now I kind of have to figure out how I need to deal with that fact that they go over 1. Alright, so these colors make sense now. Let's do 0.5. And then also let me time this. So I still want this to be in there. Right, and then I have to do some stuff. So these are, whoops, these milliseconds. So if it takes this long, How many microseconds in a millisecond? Actually, dude, I like forgot how to write. Is that 1,000? Okay. So I do know that this timing function takes a lot of time. But I think individually they're fine as long as I'm not timing a time check, then I'm good. Okay. So let me run this at noon. Whoa. That's like a full frame to do that. So yeah, that's too long. That is too long. Way too long. This should be less than a millisecond. So I definitely gotta put this on a different thread. This has to go on a different thread. I have no idea how to use threads on Godot. Thread function. That's very bare bones. Can we just go to the thread? I want to check if it's done, essentially. It's currently running for determining if wait to finish can be called without blocking the calling thread. Awesome. Is alive. So I can put this on a thread. Oh wait, is it because I call for sync? Oh, I just noticed that. I probably don't need to do this. Okay, that shaved off like 3 milliseconds. What? I say 3 milliseconds as it takes 17. Okay, so that helped a bit with the runtime. Not waiting. Are the colors changing? I mean, I guess it's kind of hard. They are changing. They are changing. But it is, of course, also noon, so it's very little change. Alright, big changes there. Blue is really going away. It's getting very red. Okay, so 3 milliseconds saved by not calling that, and it's not necessary to call that. I still have to move it to a different thread. Yeah, I guess I would just put that on a thread and then keep waiting until it's done. Okay. So, if time changed, I guess I will just put this on its own thread. So, how does this work? Starts a new thread that calls callable. If the method takes some arguments, you can pass them using bind. Thread new. Or joined. Okay, so I do have to have that. Exit tree. Which I've already got a bunch of stuff in there. Actually, I don't have that. Alright, so I guess I have to check this. So if... Okay, I guess just say if sky intensity compute thread, then I need to say wait to finish. So if I have it, I have to wait. Or I guess I could just say like I guess sure wait. It sucks because I don't need the return value at this point. Okay, well, all right. I guess I have to wait for it to finish. I would definitely prefer to just like delete the thread. Because you can do that. You can like interrupt it and force it to complete. Okay. I guess it doesn't actually run a thread until you give it a thread to run, so I suppose this is fine to just call new. It's not, I assume it's not actually creating a thread, it's just creating an object that wraps a thread. And will make one when you want it. So can I call start while it's... Why would it say can't create? Okay, I'm gonna assume that it's always gonna be, because I'm doing this like once every second or something, right? Which seems about the actual rate that I need, because at my real game scale, game speed, it's changing substantially second to second, so... But this takes like 16 milliseconds or 13 milliseconds, which is too long to run on the main thread, but should definitely be done in less than a second. Hey, C64 cassette drive. Hello. I don't know, maybe that's a way that you just meant to spell it, you know? Some people say hello, right? Alright, so I think I'm just running that. I think that's all I'm doing. So then I would just say if not, or I guess I should say if started, probably. Started and not alive. Then I set it, and then I'm good. Okay. No object. Reload. Good. How you liking GD script? Sorry. I like it quite a bit. Because it's kind of an easy language to write in. It's a very easy language to write in. Sweet, the values are updating. Also, Python was pretty much the first language I actually learned, so it is very familiar for that. Or rather C#. 3 gigabytes of RAM, it can't run it. Yeah, if I... Pretty much the two languages that I would prefer is like JavaScript and C++. If I can pick either one of those two, I'm happy. But Python's close enough to... I mean, I keep saying Python. GD script is close enough to Python, I'm just going to call it Python. It doesn't feel too different from writing like TypeScript. Console games in .NET. Like they're just ASCII, pretty much. Text. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm pretty much just going to set local time to 0.5, where it's noon, where it should be the brightest. And set the luminance of this to 1, or peg that at 1. And then go from there. So scale from 1 to 0 when it's at 0. I don't feel like learning to draw a window. It kind of sucks. Drawing a window does suck. The Windows API is nuts. I've messed up my... I don't know what I did. I think I drank the water wrong or something. Jeez. Does it matter? If I do this? You know what? I'm just gonna pick this value. He seems like maybe he knows what he's talking about. So, 2225. What am I up to? I'm trying to make the sky intensity match its luminance color. Essentially what should happen is it should drop down to this intensity when it goes... Man. Now I got the hiccups. When I'm at like this time of day, the intensity should be like 1,000 or something. So intensity would probably be like 1,000, and then I would change my ISO up to like 400. Maybe 1,000's a bit low. Maybe 5,000. So essentially the interiors still look... Trying to match it to real life, I guess. So in real life, the actual intensity of light from the sky drops, of course, as the day goes by. And then your eyes also adjust their sensitivity to lower lights. So essentially in the future, I'm going to have my sensitivity... I'm going to adjust my sensitivity based on exposure. So I'll still have auto exposure on, but I'll, on top of that, apply some extra exposure sensitivity. On top of that. So the sky would still stay bright, or the moon would still look bright, but everything would be dimmer and just look more correct, I guess. This will also allow me to have my moonlight, which I think is at like 100 or something, to a more accurate value, which would be 1. But I guess if I get all my sensitivities correct, then I'm expecting the result would be when you're standing outside, looking kind of like this on a full moon, right? Although I guess this would have to be later in the day. So like midnight now. That just resets to like 3,000. So I don't know, maybe ISO is still a bit too low. But that's... I'm trying to figure this out, I guess. I think I read that it goes up like to 80,000. Okay, I guess the limit is 32,000. But I'll figure it out. Because I do want it to go from very dark to very bright very quickly. I don't know, maybe it would just be setting this to a high value. would work. Not sure. But this is where I'm at right now. Just getting this to work. Two, 2, 2, 5. Seven, 1, 6, 9. Does that say flesh tuber? Yes. Yes, flesh tuber. I am made of flesh. All right, so what's our midday value? Oh my god. I left my sensitivity at 30,000. Okay. That is nuts. Why does it look like that? Okay. So 7. Okay. 7 luminance for midday. And then I guess just to 0. Almost 0. At night. I think I probably gotta go. What is wrong with that? I gotta reload the scene. That's definitely just wrong. Yeah. Okay. 0.8. Not late enough. Later. Let me turn off the train so I know where the sun is. Where's sunset? Here? Okay. So from 7.06, I should have written that down. That like one frame where it looks crazy is so weird. Sunset is gonna be what? .78, I guess. That was the first value I got, which is also a little bit delayed. Now I think what I'm looking for now is I kind of just want to get a couple of values so I know where everything is sitting at. So 0.86, I'll say, will be what, like twilight or something? Is that what they call it? So twilight. .005. Okay. And I'm guessing midnight is actually just going to be pure dark. right? Midnight. Okay, so not quite 0, which is actually kind of nice that it's not perfectly 0. Yep, alright, so the value's going up. Okay, that's actually pretty cool. I'll say that's like 06. Then I'll do... I don't think the luminance shouldn't change morning to... or sunset to sunrise. But I guess it doesn't hurt to check. Where did I have the other one set to? I think I had like 0.82. Was it 0.82? No, it must have been higher. Alright, I'll say 0.19. That's my morning time. Oh, it is lower. Where is it? It's like 1.07. Maybe I was just, I don't know. 1.07. So, if I do each of these times 30,000, or I guess if I divide all these values by this value, so that this is 1, so it'll just be 1. So 0.78 divided by 706. I already forgot. 78706. .1105, I'll say. Yeah, 1105. 005. Zero zero 07. Four zeros and a 6. Okay. 8. I guess I just call it 8.5. 8.5. And then it said -6. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 5 zeros. Yep. .07. One 5, 1 6. Okay, so now the test is to multiply all of these values by 30,000. And see if they give me values that I like. 1105 times 30,000. $3,315. Probably not, seeing as this one is already quite low. So I'll have to figure something out. Let me figure out the smallest. I mean, I would say smallest value. Maybe a value that makes sense at midnight. Stop that. Okay, so let's say I can go no higher than 10,000, which is quite bright. Yeah, okay, so let's say no higher than 2,000. Alright, yeah, so the game starts breaking at 10. That's still kind of breaking. I guess I need to bring it down until I can't see that anymore, so... Really? Stuff flickering there. Really intense flickering. Oh no. That's not very good. I thought I could go pretty high. I guess I cannot. 400 seems to be about the point where this light... Actually weird, I think I can't... Maybe I can't go up at all. I've considered dropping that shutter speed, but I don't think that really matters. Yeah, why don't I go up to 50? Leave this at 100. Then bring the sun out. Or I meant to do like 200. No, probably not. I definitely have to do some stuff with ISO here. What's going on? 50? Oh yeah, why was that like moving it up? There's some value I gotta set to like get this to rerun. I don't know, the camera's like bugged. Okay. Yeah, like, seems like really bright in here now. I guess the zombie looks correct. How I expected. Oh. This thing. This is gonna get really annoying. I gotta put that on a script. Why does that like break when I set it to once? Okay, weird stuff. I don't know. I don't know. I'll have to figure something out here. Three zeros and a 7. 21. Yeah, that's definitely too low. So I'd have to do some kind of ramping. This is definitely too low. 4 zeros and a 6. Or is that 5 zeros? No, wait. Yeah, 5 zeros and an 8, 5 is what I was supposed to do. One five one six. Four five four eight. All right. So if I were to just do it straight, it wouldn't work. All right. So what I think I need to do is I need to pick out what like a full moon would look like, what like a half moon would look like, and then just what midday and sunset would look like is probably what I have to do. Should I do this now before I have like... All right, let me do this. This is something that I might want to have. So lumens of a street lamp, a street light. $10,000 is what they say. Someone says. Did you ever figure it out? Is that username? What is that username? Oh, Wikipedia streetlight. Anything about luminance? gloptic.com. What? What is that? 5,000 to 12,000. This is the same thing as a different site said. Candle power forms. Watts. These are not sodium. What? 72,000 watt lumens. Sodium? That's an old form. That's 2005. FC foot candles. Are we serious? Foot candles? What is that? 1 foot candle is 10. I was hoping to get luminance. Alright, I know this doesn't go 1-to-1, so I'm gonna have to figure it out. How do you... Yeah, the luck's in the area. They just say like lumens per watt, and they say how many watts it is. How much area does a light light up in square feet? Let me just search maybe I can get this. I don't want cubic feet, I want square feet. So I would say these probably light up about half of a truck, right? A street light. So I could go mega trailer. Why is the length the same? Alright, so 2 by 2.5 by 6.5. Is that what I'm thinking? So 16.25. They said these guys think I guess I just say 1, so they have 10.76. Spherical radius or intersurface area. I think I had 16.25. I said I think, but I just looked at it. No. Really? A 170? Why do they... Man. Why do they measure... I mean, did I even do that right? Yeah, they measure in lumens. Why do they do these in lumens, but then directional lights as lux? Oh, look, they say a street light can be approximately 60,000. Really? How much square meter do I need to get to reach 60,000? Yeah, it's like doubling. So really I have to do like 600. Alright, I don't understand this lumens and lux thing. This is all stupid. Alright, fine, Godot. I believe you over everyone else. 60,000 it is. I don't know how tall a street lamp is. I'm just gonna put it up here. Actually, it's probably about the size of the house, so about there. Alright. Let's go to night. I cannot see that light at all. Oh, the range is too short. That would make sense. Definitely the range is too short. Really? Really? $60,000. What? I feel like something's got to be wrong. Is it just this? Is this like really the problem? Dude, really? Okay. Okay. Seeing them recommend that a street lamp should be 60,000 definitely confirms to me that they did something wrong with lumens. Something's got to be wrong. A street light, 60,000, and I cannot see it on the ground. I can't see it on the ground. Why can I see the 2000 lumen one and not this one? What's going on? Something really In fact, it never does. And these are like way up here, right? These are like the heights of houses. Yeah, man, I gotta like call BS on that. They done something wrong. They must have. I just really can't believe that these values are like this low. Do I really have to get like 1,000 ISO to see this? 2,000? 4,000? Like now I would say this is probably like the correct brightness. Maybe. Maybe it's still a little bit dark. But I'll say this is what a street lamp I think looks like. Maybe this is more accurate. But now I have this stuff where like these things are like flickering super badly. With volumetric energy. Maybe I just have to drop. Maybe the solution is just to drop the volumetric contribution. And then just make volumetric fog thicker. I don't like that. I don't like having to crank these values out like that. What is this, like sunset right now? Twilight? Wish I wrote it in the Times. Oh, yeah. I was like, what's happened? It's the brightness thing. So I don't know, maybe I'll say 0.9. Super bright. So bring this down until it's like in focus or in exposure. I gotta zoom in on it, it's so small. Wow, yeah, it's really bright. So you had, I think, like 800. Maybe 1,000. Probably good floor. And then I might say 2,000 is the highest ISO I can reach. I wonder if I should just have sensitivity be really high and then... I mean, I don't think it really works this way. I'm trying to see if there's just some set of values I can have that I don't have to modify these as I go. Because I would prefer to not have to modify sensitivity. Like maybe I can just do 1,000 and then increase, or what? Decrease shutter speed? Like maybe this could be fine. But then this has to go back to, yeah, 3,000. Okay, now it's like overexposing really badly. This is such a weird thing that it does. Is that correct? No, I don't think so. Yeah, I mean, the speed that this thing like starts getting broken is crazy. Like, why is there such intense fog now? I didn't modify anything there. There we go. Oh, is it that if I change these, I have to modify EV to get it to look right? Is that what I have to do? Let's save and reload. Wow. Okay. So I can't touch ISO at all. Is what I'm getting. What I'm thinking here. Wait, why does it look like this now? Did I modify fog? Oh, I did. I did like modify emission by accident. What was it? Fog light color. Fog enabled and fog light color. Apparently all I have there. I mean, I think I just have to turn these off for now. Because those are just going to mess with it too much. It was still like, 60,000 lumens. Can't see it. You cannot see it. Man, what should I do for exposure? I used to let it go negative, but it was kind of really bad when it went negative. It looked really bad when it went negative. Like it messes with... Oh, maybe it's not too bad. Their default, they have at -8, which I think makes it way too dang bright. Is -4 the same as going to 400 ISO? There's like a square thing. Oh man, it really... I remember I was having issues with negative. Like the sky, I would be able to see pixels in the sky. Maybe that was just procedural sky. Or something. I don't know. Something weird used to happen, and it used to be really, really bad. I mean, -4 doesn't seem too bad. This is definitely closer to the brightness I would expect from a street light. The moon is still too bright. Alright, let me see about sunset. Let's get pretty bright in here. That I feel like is too much. I mean, I guess maybe I could just render the texture with more samples. But I feel like it's just too bright there. Like if I'm walking forward and I turn in, I can like see there very quickly, you know? Maybe that's it. Maybe it's just too fast. Can I really use -4? Wait, this is going the wrong way. 0.5. Why did I make that 1? I thought 1 made it slower. Was I dumb? Did I have that backwards some time ago and I just never quite fixed it? Right, 0.25 is probably a little bit too slow. Or is it just actually getting dark now? Oh, it's like so slow I like almost didn't notice it happening. Okay, we're exposed for the outside. Now look in this room. It's dark. Alright, you know what? 0.2 is a pretty good speed. I definitely had problems with negative values. I was like, looking at it, and I was like typing in 0, and I'm like, alright, all the, like, the colored pixels in the sky are gone. And I type in like -0.1, and the negative, it's like the values in the sky went negative, and I was exposing those out or something, so they just turned like green, red, and blue, like really bright neon colors. Also, I would really like to have two different values for exposure. Because I almost feel like going from outside to inside. I don't know, maybe this room is just too dark. I feel like it's taking too long to be able to see. I feel like reality will take like maybe a second and then I can see perfectly when it gets dark. But when it gets really dark, then it's like it's a really slow crawl to get there. If I'm looking at something dark and I open my eyes, it's like it takes me maybe, 2 seconds to be able to see correctly. I don't know. I thought I had issues with this before. Dude, can the sun set a little bit faster? I thought I had it close. I guess I didn't have it close enough. Okay. That ball is totally messed up. What happened? Yeah, it's like really bright in here right now. I guess because the reflection cube is still set for... Or well, he's going to be bright always, but... It's also blurry. Is it really blurry? That room is still kind of dark. Yeah, if I get more samples on there, it would look a lot less noisy and better. Just waiting for the sun to set. I want to see how it looks. It looks too bright right now. But I guess maybe that's just... maybe I could just actually turn down my ISO now that it can go negative. Just a little bit. Now maybe this feels a bit better. Yeah, I don't know. The sky just doesn't look right. Well, I guess it doesn't look right because it's definitely too dark. And it should be getting darker. Or too bright. And it should be getting darker. Where's the moon? Wait, where is the moon? The moon should be up right now, I think. Alright, good. I absolutely cannot see in that room. That's good. Yeah, definitely sky too bright. Maybe that's what I was missing the whole time. The sky was just too bright, and the exposure was actually just kind of blowing it out a bit. I do really like that I can now see this on the wall. Or on the house from this far away. It used to be even at night I had to be like right up here before I could start seeing it. This light is definitely too bright now. I guess I can drop the brightness of this light. Yeah, 10,000 is probably a bit better. Was it really just negative exposure value? I thought I would have to get... I'm hesitant because I thought it was wrong, and now maybe it's not wrong. And the thing that I saw really pushed me away from using negative values for that reason. Because it totally broke the sky. Yeah, where is the moon? Why is the moon not showing up? Where's the moon? I don't think I changed anything here. Oh, it's at the horizon right here. Really? There it is. Why was I not seeing it at night? Is it like not moving at night correctly? Does it not move? Alright. I'm bringing the bolt rifle over to me. The bolt. Although I'm probably kind of... Okay, can we... Dude. Stop it. Just stop it, please. Just stop it. I do think possibly this scope won't work. It possibly won't work. But I guess I'll find out. Whoa. I cannot see a thing with this scope. Oh my god. It is so damn blurry. Okay. So I gotta figure that out. That's obviously a problem with the camera. .35mm. Maybe like 5mm. Well, I didn't need to restart the game. Yeah, the moon is definitely not moving. Ooh, that fisheye looks really cool. I forgot I had that. That moon is not moving. So how did I mess that up? So I do want to start getting a little bit of blur on this. It's just like pixelating it. Distance from camera of object that will be in focus. Would I say like a 1 meter away or something? Is this like the closest I can focus on? Like maybe 3 centimeters away or something? I don't know. Very weird. That's a really far zoom, honestly. Actually, maybe I'm just underestimating how large that is. Yeah, the moon definitely does not move. So how long has that been broken? That the moon doesn't move. Inverse moon periods 0. Rate. So is my inverse moon period incorrect? Moon orbital period. How did I mess this up? When did I mess that up? Local time. And then moon orbit. So it should be moving by local time. Oh, wait. Did I? No. I thought I had changed it to static or something and that prevented it from moving. That's not true. Maybe I don't worry about that right now. I'm so scattered. I've kind of gotten off track a little bit. So I want to figure these values out. I'll deal with negative values for now on that because it kind of makes these probably a bit nicer. So essentially I want to scale it so that 706 is going to be 30,000 and twilight I want to be 1,000. So essentially I need a function that takes in this value and gives me 1,000 or something. And then a function that takes in this value and gives me that value. So honestly, I'm not exactly sure how to go about that. I know how I'm going to go about it. I'm going to plug it into Desmos and figure it out. So right? To 8, I guess. Okay. So then I guess I would just add so at 706. So I'll just do my X values here. This will be pretty nice. So I'll do 0, 4 zeros and a 6. The next one is 005. And can I see logarithmically on the y-axis? I mean the x-axis. Wait, no, I mean, huh? Both. Both. Why not both? So yes, x is going to go up to 7. My green line is off the screen. There we go, that's enough zeros. Y-axis can be linear. So there's 1,000. 1,021. Lock the viewport now, okay. Then I have 078. 078 or 7878? One 1.07. All right, let me put all these in a folder and hide them away. Okay. So this one needs to be divided by, I guess I would actually multiply it by 29,000. Is that correct? 29,000. So then we hit 30,000 at the day, at peak. And these are like sunsets, so it does stay at this time of day, or it does stay at this brightness for a long time of the day, and then it drops very quickly to these really low values. So this would give me about, I guess, roughly like 5,000. Alright, let me just try plugging it in and see. See how this looks. So I'll take the value, divided by 706, multiply by 29,000, and add 1,000. Alright. Um, do this math. And then I'm just going to comment those out and print intensity. Right, so it should be updating and setting that when I get the target values. Cool. A lot of errors. Nothing. Update lights. Thread already started. Well, of course. Okay, I just hit run. See what comes out. Yeah, I would like to not be holding the rifle, actually. Now that I think about it. It is a little confusing, a little distracting. So I guess I just want to be sure that it's not kind of ridiculous looking. I do believe this room is probably a bit dark, so I will accept that. Why is it printing this every time? Thread already started. What do you mean thread already started? Do I have to make a new thread every time? Actually, that's really confusing. What do you mean thread already started? Because it's obviously working. Do I have to hit new thread every time? Okay. I guess I'm gonna do this, because that's a really annoying bug. So I wait to finish, and then I will just do... I'll just do this. We'll start the sun a lot lower. Okay. Didn't mean to restart. Want to stop. And put the sun lower, like 0.8. Quite low. That is really dark. Wow. What was that? Alright, so I can't quite do that. That just broke. Yeah, alright, so it's going down too fast. What if I square root it? What does square rooting look like? Bit better, right? Now we're at 12,000 for these times a day. And it won't get to... You know, maybe square rooting is going to be good there. Another square root. So it just got too dark too fast that time. This already looks a lot better, for sure. I still saw that happen. Yeah, that's just what negative... That is just straight up the negative exposure value. Underexposing this. I mean underexposed. It's just getting too bright too fast. Or this is all getting too dark too fast. Alright, maybe I say 5,000 is the limit, because this is pretty dang dark. maybe. You know what I bet? It's kind of the scale is too high. Even though I can underexpose quite a bit, the scale is still too high, I think. So maybe like 0.2. Yeah, it's kind of, I feel like it's just too, like too bright already. Or it looks weird. I don't know. It looks weird. Something about it just looks weird. Yeah, that still happened. It probably just means I have to turn off the light earlier. I don't know. There's too many things to make work together here. And yeah, this has just gotten too dark again. I don't know, maybe it's fine. Maybe it's just too fast. It could just be that my sunsets are too fast. There is kind of a thing where sunsets last longer because of the gravity of the Earth allows you to see the sun past the horizon some amount. I haven't coded that in to my thing yet. I don't know, I just feel like it doesn't match. The sky is just too... It's all just a bit wrong. Really. Maybe the sky isn't dark enough. Maybe I've gone the wrong way. Oh, I am at 80 ISO. Maybe I shouldn't be at 80. Weirdly, it just doesn't match the actual brightness of the sky. Maybe square root isn't what I'm looking for. Maybe it is more like log is what I'm looking for. Or I guess it would be like an exponential function. Yeah, what gets you a straight line here? gets you a straight line here? Because I think that's kind of what I would really like to get, is a straight line. I think this actually is not log 10. Ugh. Yeah, what gets me a straight line here? I think I might be just looking for like natural log or something. Oh, this is really weird. I don't know what I'm looking for. I really don't. Maybe I'm looking for... Please. What a weird line. Is that just a coincidence that that happens to line up there? It's really weird. Like 10 times my value just happens to line up with that. Is that a coincidence? Probably not. Could be, I don't know. Okay, like, I'm just totally screwing around. Oh my god. What if I just pass, Alright, let's unlock the viewport. Let's get off of this stuff and just go 0 to 1. -1. Okay. Hide that folder. All right. So, actually, I guess I kind of want to show those values. No. Let me actually go to 10 square. Yeah, I guess I'm not really gonna have a square. I'm just gonna go -1 to 2. Like -0.5 to 2. Or 1.5. Right. Yeah. So I'm just gonna have x over that. Okay. I guess I can at least show these. So that means this would be 15%. That would be 1, of course. So what would it have been? What's the square root look like? Okay, so it stays higher for longer. What about 2, and then I would do like 303. I guess I would go 7, really? Or not like that. 7.06 times. No, it would be this. I think I might be seeing where I'm trying to go with this. So this is going to be raised some fractional power, right? Or I guess not quite like that. 0.5. Is it bad to raise something to... It is another thread, so it actually doesn't matter what this calculation is. So let me do... Okay. So I guess essentially what I would do is I would try to look at how to get this to what value of this gets me something that lines up with what I really see, right? Is that what I'm looking for? So we try raising it to 0.2. Then of course do the multiplications. So okay. So how do I think this looks? So I'd want this to go down really, really slowly. Okay, honestly, that's probably too fast still. I'm already like 6,000 under, and like the sun is still up, you know? Yeah, I feel like that's just gone too low already. What am I looking for? This is really strange. I mean, this isn't correct at all. I don't know. Maybe it is. I mean, at least it stayed bright enough for when the sun was still up. I don't know. I feel really conflicted. It feels like looking in this direction, this is too bright. Looking this direction, this is too dark. Right, it feels like it's too dark compared to the color of the sky. Maybe it is. Maybe the sky still should be like really, really bright at this point. And maybe it's just my exposure value is still weird. And like strange. And maybe that's why it doesn't feel right. Alright, I got something I want to try. I'm going to bring some of this code back that I removed. Here. This function. So let me bring back gamma correct. Because I wonder if this was kind of an important thing to have. Is that line 86 before smooth disk? So all I did with that was after the tone map, I do this. Zero and one. Wow, that's really bright now. Alright, well, let me just see what happens with gamma correct running. Still getting darker. Yeah, it just seems too bright. Should I look at the code for this? Like, do I have to get a little bit more exact with it? I mean, what is all this? It's a lot bluer. It's very, very blue. I mean, this is really blue. This is way too blue for the time of night that it is. The sun is like well under the horizon right now. I don't think it should look like this at all. I don't know, maybe it's right and I just like totally don't remember like how dark it gets after the sun goes down, or like when it gets dark or what. It is so blue. So blue. I mean, and the moon is like totally blown out, way too bright. Maybe I just need to figure this out. Maybe I should be using gamma correct. And then adjusting this. I don't know, it just doesn't, it really doesn't look right. Does it? It really doesn't. No, I mean, that just can't be right. You know, that just can't. So what are these numbers? What do they mean? What do these numbers mean? Should I just not multiply this at all? Is that multiplication bad? Are we gonna update? I mean, this is really washed out, right? But it does seem like this multiplication does literally nothing. What if I bring this up by 10? Oh. Cool. Alright, I can't use this. Never mind. I thought I might use it, but I cannot. I say that and then I realize I had it incorrectly. Wow, okay. It's at least a little bit better. So, what if I bring this down to 2? Okay. What about a higher value? No. What do these mean? What do these mean? I don't understand. What does it all mean? What does it all mean? Why does it look like that? Something's just been wrong with the sky, I think. I think something about either the tone map, how I'm treating it. Maybe I shouldn't be tone mapping it at all. Maybe I should just be using, like, maybe I should just skip this step. Should I just skip that? Okay, no. Funnily enough, that's like necessary. What if I change the constant? I think I tried modifying this and I didn't really get anything good out of it by changing this. Yeah. What if this was 1? Okay. Like, this definitely looks better without it, right? It definitely just looks better without it. So... So the intensity of the sky right now is... I mean, I should ignore the sunlight too. I should just be looking at like this and saying, what do I think the intensity of the sky should be here? I mean, I don't know. Because like exposure is gonna bring me there. I mean, yeah, probably like this. Should probably still look like this. Okay. So I gotta remember how I'm really trying to set this up. This is more of kind of several things I have to do all at once to make this work. So I'm gonna bring this back to square root. And I'll just say 10,000. We'll have it be a very short range. Okay. Okay. And one of the other steps is going to be changing the sun brightness to scale down so that that light won't look over bright over there. So really I should just be looking like in this direction and saying, does this look right to me? And I don't know, maybe it's just getting too dark too fast. Like I think it probably is. Because the sky feels so bright right now. And then those things right before the sun goes underneath the planet, underneath the terrain, it gets really crazy. Let me set this speed to 1. Because I bet I was right all along with that. That 1, it should be 1. Yeah, it seems like it's gotten too dark now for this. I don't know, I feel like I really would have to sit outside and just like wait for the sun to go down and like sit there and watch the sky and see how it looks. Because I think it's absolutely too much. It's too dark right now. It's definitely too dark right now. Like it should definitely still be like 30,000 or something. Alright, let me see if I've totally wasted my time or not. I never actually change it. It just stays at 30k all the time. And I'll just let the actual sky get dark. It's this really weird thing where it just seems like it's twilight for way too long. Like the sky stays bright way too long. Like the intensity matches here. I feel like this looks better. And now it's gotten quite dark, but it's still, yeah, this seems better. But I think there's definitely a point at which it lingers too long. But I mean, what do I know, right? I don't know. Should it still be this bright? 'Cause I feel like time is going by pretty quick. It would be really nice if I could see the moon, because the moon should be like up here or something. Yeah, it weirdly just stays too bright for too long. I mean, this all looks good. Like, the terrain is really dark, but the sky is just strangely staying too bright. It is strange. Oh, it actually keeps resetting it back. I forgot. Okay, try that again, please. How is it setting instantly like that? How is it doing that? It's supposed to be returning this value and then fading to it. Oh, I guess I would have to get it right on the value, wouldn't I? Alright, let me just... I don't even know. Just do that. Because like I will say, it does always seem like it stays kind of bright for a while, but that's like maybe an hour. Maybe an hour. Like at max an hour after the sun goes down, can you still see? Is there still like light in the sky? It's just so strange. It just feels like something is wrong. It feels like something is wrong with the light. The sky, the color of the sky feels wrong. Like right about here, it should be. Because like it actually takes it until like, because I'm at 0.8, so the sun should be well below the horizon with how long it's been running already. So yeah, like when does the skylight go away? It's still here. But I don't know what I've done wrong. I don't know if my exposure is now bad. If the sky is too bright. If the background intensity is too high. Is the shader wrong? Is there like a problem with the shader? It just doesn't get as dark as it's supposed to? That could be possible. I don't know. Let me go here. Let me go look at this. The source of truth, the original. What is it? MS? Like that is dark really fast, right? That is kind of dark pretty fast. Should I be using aces? Is it the tone map is wrong? The tone map is bad? Maybe it is. Because when I put on aces, this is dark. Like, it's totally dark. They do run gamma correction though. Wait, they do 0.5. Oh, and this is before. This is before. Do I have a mistake? They do this transform here at the end. What is that? Do I have a mistake? Because he does the gamma correction, but then he has this extra thing at the end. Because channel 0 yeah, this saves it linear sRGB from spectral samples. Is this what I miss? Have I done this wrong? Let me see if because even though I have it set to linear or whatever his is, it still definitely gets dark faster. Like, this is simple. It still definitely is getting way darker. Damn. Okay. All right, let me try bringing it back and imitating what this is, because I may have done it wrong the whole time. because he does his gamma correction. In fact, he even uses 0.5 or 0.05. I use 0.065. And then I missed that, really. I don't know how I did that. I really don't know how I did that. That's a whole lot of stuff to have missed. That's a lot of stuff to have missed. Like, this is actually so much to miss. Gamma correct, which I believe I have the same function, because I did just copy it. One minus negative k times color. Color equals clamp gamma correction color. What is this? This is weird. Oh wait, if show relative luminance is 0. Oh. Oh. That wasn't a mistake then. Okay, that wasn't a mistake. This term is only here for luminance. My sky definitely just stays bright for so long. Like, that's like midday, right? No, not at all. Like, that's really, Let me see about this. Yeah, that does like nothing. So why does mine not look like that? Alright, let me see about plugging in the values that I have for figure out what's going on here. Because I feel like, because he does the color correction with the gamma correction, but mine just doesn't look anything like that anymore. and I don't know what I've changed. So eye altitude 0.15. It's really going to be these, I think. Remote continental is what I've told myself I set it to. So let's put that in. Remote continental. Exposure -4. Okay. So now I have to set my turbidity to like point. Like that many zeros or something. I don't know. I'm not sure what I've done. I guess I could drop that. I mean, that, like, dropping this did kind of work. Let me just set the eye altitude to a value that I have it. Yeah, it's just like staying. I mean, even here, when I drop it really low, it's still just staying bright. So it's not just me. But I still feel like his got dark, at least, and mine just didn't. What is this doing? Does this change anything? I think I remember looking at exposure and it like literally wasn't included in any calculation anywhere. Maybe? I remember there was something about this. Like exposure actually wasn't used. I mean, is that I only get one search? Oh, it's only for aces. Okay. That is so bright. Should I be exposing this? Is that what I have to do? I have to apply some exposure value. Should I just literally move on from this? I feel like I probably should. I never had lunch. It's late now. And I've been doing the same thing for like a couple hours. At least. This still just feels wrong. I don't know why. I don't like that this can expose so low. I mean, even just like negative. Maybe I'll never figure it out. Because now I do the gamma correction, but the sky is just totally right and wrong looking. And fine. I'll put on it on aces. It honestly kind of pains me. Because I am like stacking. Oh no. I really don't know. Just skip that step. And I mean, this looks fine to me. I like this. This looks right. Does this look fine? I don't know anymore. I feel like now it looks kind of weird. Like it's too bright or something is up. Like something's up here. Like, do I need to do ISO? Do I have to do this like double exposure thing that happens? That I think should probably happen? I feel like it's actually dark for very little time. Like this is too fast, you know? Do I gotta bring this down? Bring down the planet tilt? I mean, it's bright too early. It really is. Yeah, so why does it move there, but then it doesn't move when I start? This just takes too long. I mean, it's still bright. I mean, there's just gotta be something. Is something wrong? Yeah, I mean it's like an hour after sunset and it's done. And this is like 3 hours after sunset. It's finally dark. Why? Why is that? What light is turning on over there? Moonlight's turning off. Oh, okay. That makes sense. And then sunlight's just turning on. I guess maybe it's just like this is summer or something. How I've set it up. I don't know. I feel like somehow I've just done something wrong. Maybe it's all fine, and I'm just totally overthinking it. Perhaps. No gamma. Line there, and then that. Okay, let's remove that. Change this back to like 0.65. Which does make it brighter. So maybe I should just leave it dimmer. Maybe that constant was kind of bad. Is this correct? Does it really look like this? Does the sky actually look like that at this time? Okay. Yeah, I guess it does. That is what it does. That is what the shader says to make it look like. I mean, it really is just too much. All right. I think I need to leave that there and say I can figure that out at a different time. Because I don't know, maybe it's fine to leave it at, 30,000. Maybe that's fine. And not ever reduce it. But I mean, it does just make the moon look so bright. Alright, so I gotta figure something else out. This kind of method that I'm doing is probably a good start, but it's not getting me there. Maybe I should just look at the luminance of the horizon only. Maybe that's what I should do. Size Y to... or I guess just from 0 to size X. And I would just do Y would be equal to Um, just this. And I would just run the length of it on the horizon and get that value. Because that might be why it gets so dark too fast. It gets too dark too fast because of that. Let me see about this. If I only consider the horizon, that is still very dark. And now we're so fast we could run it on the main thread too. If we're only just doing one go around. Oh, I am actually kind of multiplying it by the wrong thing though. Inverse total would be 1 over size x now. Not size x times size y. 12,000. And it's, yeah, getting darker. Okay, that's too bright. We do not want 90,000. 94 luminance. Inverse total is 1 over size x. That is right. Is that really how bright the horizon is? It's kind of nuts. So I'm really looking at like 94. What was my first value I got? Like 119. cannot see the moon correctly at all. It is so bright. Whoa. Yeah, this is stuff that I was seeing. Oh, this scope is wrong. That's why. Yeah, so the scope does have an issue currently. Okay. Just putting it on the first row is way better. What was I running at? 100 microseconds, so less like a tenth of a millisecond. Cool. Alright, so let me take this off of thread stuff. No more threads. Just this, because this is way better. This is way better. Let me make it like a 120. And you know what, do this. Oh, and let me try see if I can go ahead and fix the scope on this gun. So I can actually look through it and not have things look ridiculous. Weapon. Oh, weird. Why does it not have anything assigned to it? Why did it look strange? It should have been getting the value from environment. Let me try doing this and setting FOV to a lower value on the camera, like manually through bolt rifle, or through this, I should say. And weirdly it doesn't, well, those are on ready, those are not exports. Let me see if this works at all. Or if it will infect my FOV or something crazy like that. What? Cannot call get node on a null value. What are we doing? I changed actually nothing at all. That's kind of crazy. I changed straight up nothing but this, and it didn't like that, and it broke. Okay. What? I'm just gonna reload. I'm not gonna deal with that. If that's just a loaded thing, a bug or something. I'm gonna reset that immediately. Okay, now is it a real bug that somehow setting camera FOV has unlocked? How? I know what happened. This random crap where it just like deletes values here. What? Huh? State machine is null. I mean, no, it's not. This is so weird. This stuff is just so weird how it breaks, and I don't know how it breaks. I didn't do anything. I've been picking it up just fine until like literally right now. Okay, so I'm gonna see if like something mysterious changed. Bolt anim tree changed, apparently. That one definitely should not have changed. Nothing changed there. What? The scene should have changed pretty much not at all. Root node got deleted on the animation player. Okay. Just randomly. It just felt like doing that. Just randomly, that line just decided to change. Okay. I'm guessing that's what's breaking it. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. I finally realized. This crap. I have to do that every time I change that. That's got me so many times, man. I should probably add a line there that's like, if I don't get it, that's like, hey, make sure you have set your thing correctly. Where does that happen? Let me just say this right here. So it'll still hit the thing, but at least I'm going to get a warning now that I've done that, because that's burned me a couple times now. Hey, Danilin, I'm having surgery tomorrow. You better pay for it. I don't have the money. Sorry. That sucks, though, getting surgery. Hopefully it's not gonna immobilize you or anything. Or if it does, then it's not too long. Boy, this gun gets really dark really fast. Yeah, I mean, that exposure is just totally wrong, right? I mean, that can't be right. What's wrong with this camera? This camera supposedly uses the same... You better pray. Oh, okay. Sorry, I read too fast. Yeah, hopefully it goes well and then you are not immobilized for very long. So why is this totally bad and wrong and stupid and dumb? Is that really what this is set to right now? What? Don't tell me this is... Do I really have these crazy values? I keep... What? What? Oh my gosh. So I don't get why this is... Why this camera is behaving so differently. It is behaving very, very differently. And why is it actually so bright? It is so bright. What's wrong with this camera? Yeah, I gotta be stopping at this point. I've derailed myself so hard. What is it? But like, what's wrong with it? Why does it do this? Why can't it just be normal? Why can't it be normal? Ugh. I wonder if it's actually... No, this is just rendering it straight onto... I mean, it's even bright here. What is that? It's actually already bright. It's already weirdly extra bright. And it just got brighter when I took that off. What is going on with this thing? So ridiculously bright. I mean, it should just be the same environment, right? Same environment. Same camera attributes. Not the same compositor though. I mean, I don't need to set any of that. This thing, I don't need to set any of that. I shouldn't need to set any of that. Why is it just so bright? Unshaded. What if I don't do unshaded? Yeah, sure. What if I don't do unshaded? I mean, now it's like extra dark. It's either too bright or it's way too dark. Why? Albedo plus... Just a wild guess. Divide by pi. I mean, that can't be it, right? That wasn't actually it. That wasn't what I was actually missing. This is definitely just brighter. Right, I'm definitely seeing detail that is totally not there.